Apparently, the new version of macOS is still breaking things, so we'll see how long the stream is going to sustain today. But welcome in. I hope you had a good weekend. It is Monday. We have some things to talk about. Not much, but some things. And based on today's title, Jan, welcome on in. I have a ton of things that I would love to talk about. I would love to talk about it, but because it's client work and I'm not supposed to disclose what they are working on, I can't show you, and I'm so sad. I am so sad. I spent like the whole weekend creating stamps, postage stamps style illustration things for their logo, the branding that goes with it, and I feel like it's a pretty good potential direction in which we could go. But it's also like, I don't know yet. I need to show them the thing, and they are currently on vacation, so and obviously they don't work on the weekend. Um, so yeah, but goddamn, I wish I could show you. I wish I could show you. Oh my god, I like it a lot. I mean, there was some things that I've done in the first draft for that client specifically that were rejected that I can show that I kind of showed already, but you know. They said yes to me showing things on stream as long as I don't disclose what the thing is, and I know myself. I'm gonna yap about it, and I'm gonna disclose what their thing is. So I'm not gonna do that. I am not gonna do that. But how are you, Jan? How's everything? How's the search responsiveness? I guess that's the word that would match the best. Specifically because you want to have the same thing in both desktop and mobile. How's that going? We have something that I've seen like in the past few days that are very similar to what you currently have made, and I have seen on last stream that some people were saying that they were looking for some places to store their likes and stuff and whatever. So eh, eh. uh, but yeah, the thing for you, the main thing that I have for you, which is not in there, I'm just like scrolling that because visuals brings people's in. Um, the export of Twitter is providing with a massive file, which is pretty good. So within that thing, which I'm gonna place as columns because otherwise that makes no sense, we have a JSON file or JS file that is the likes, and in this we do have the 100,000 likes that I have in this massive thing. If I start scrolling, the entire computer is crashing because there is so many. So that gives you a bit of an idea. The thing that I have a bit of an issue with is that it doesn't really give me anything other than um, the content, but it's not like embedded tweets. So I think the reason for this is that it is storing in a way that allows me to then have access to it and basically ensure that I kind of can still see the content, even if the tweet has been deleted. So basically, I would have the content of the tweet in question, but I don't have necessarily the tweet existing yet. So yeah, it's a bit weird. So basically what I mean is that you have the full text of the tweet. You have, if there is an image like this, for example, you have a shorthand for the tweet in question, or for the tweet image that is in question. But if the tweet gets deleted, I'm still getting this. And then that link, which is supposed to be the link to the tweet in question, is going to not work, but it's going to be there. So that's an interesting thing, I feel like. But yeah, it's the system is pretty simple. You have access to this thing that they are giving you, which I think is a very good system where you have like all of your tweets, all of your likes, all of your blocked account, uh, all of your muted accounts, and all of the list that you have. And so overall, this is really useful. And then you can go in your likes and go back and scroll through the entirety of the things. However, you don't have the content. So as I just mentioned, like basically you just have this, and in order to know exactly what things are, like what is that image, what is this thing, I need to get into the view tweet now that will send me to the live version of said tweet. So that's interesting. Not saying that it's good, but you know, it's interesting. I think it's pretty good. I think it's a pretty useful thing, nonetheless. But yeah. Dapshi, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the thing going? So that's a good news. Let me read that thing. For the file management, I'm thinking how to store like downloaded animes, a block for the show, then a block for episode per episode, subtitle files links. You need to have a chat with Stony. That's what you need. Like there's no other questions. Uh, you know, it's just yeah, you need to have a chat with Tony. And that's it. But yeah, that was the export that got sent to me after about a day, so that's pretty fast. And I'm really impressed by the fact that it has everything. I think I could create some sort of a Python script that just go through the likes and create like a more easily parsable SQL database system, because just like this is kind of weird to just have everything on very simple tables instead of that JSON format. But yeah, that's the thing. Dapshi, be careful with Revenue Cat. I really have an issue with them. Uh, Mainly, I have an issue with them based on what Apple is doing, not necessarily them as a whole. I think their offering is really good. I think what they do is great, and their branding is good. The team is nice. Most of their acquisition things, deals, hackathon thing that they do is also really cool and really nice for everything. The issue is Apple being dicks and not wanting external payment system and subscription system within the apps. So I don't know how they did it, but it goes through and it's fine, but it's a bit weird. So, you know, I I know that it's using the native subscription things that Apple is doing, and it's basically just amending the App Store Connect things, but still, because it's a third party, there are probably some issues with that will occur in the future. So I just be careful with it. That's it. That's it. The rest is fine. The rest is absolutely fine. Nothing else to say on that. We like what they do. But yeah, that's the thing. So that means that I would be able to get like my 100,000 likes things and then use the latest that I have access to using the tweet URL to then say something like pass everything post that date that is added to my likes. So that's an option, using that as an export to import on Heaper would be an option if you have like a database system that would work. The only thing that I'm seeing as a bit of an issue is the delay in the import, like the fact that you need to wait somehow a day for something that is technically available through API almost instantly is you know, is interesting, but nonetheless, it's great news, I think. Great news for you converting me into using the app. Other than that, it's going to take a while. It is going to take a while. We've had seen things that I was like, this would be interesting. I think this one is one of them for you, Dapshi, specifically. Um, Rami is creating, or I don't know if he is creating, but has a website that is Get Illustrations that has a ton of visually handmade illustration. I don't know if they are. I have no clue. Um, and some of them could be interesting for you when it comes to fitness and sports and activities and so on. So, you know, references, animated things is always something that will make your app stand out when you have like illustrations that matches the vibe. And maybe I'm going to use that because that's the first one that we see. Um, you have, you know, these illustrations, all these things that are in there. And you can get the full access, which I think is like just 190 a month, which is like not that much. $20 a month when you get the ultimate with the animated and so on, which I know is money. It costs money. Costs money. I get it. I get it. But if I knew that they are good enough, I would simply go there. I know it's a lot, but you know, if you have access to all the illustrations forever, I'm not saying no. Nonetheless, there is a ton of things in there that are going to be about sports that you could use. I guess sports is not necessarily the best option. But yeah, there might be like some packs that already exist that will give you things that could match um, the app and the design that you want. Obviously, right now, because I'm trying to showcase things are broken. Let me plug this in. I forgot that. I forgot the sub fat. I can see the computer overheating already. And I'm overreading already. Let me plug in the fan. The fan's number two. Oh my god. Oh my god. But yeah, these are I don't know why this is broken every time. Every time we look for something, it just disappears. It just disappears. Um but yeah, just activities and things that you can reuse, and most of them I feel like have a very common style that a lot of apps from 2016 have had, like these things that are very much Slack illustration from 2016, 2015, with a new trend with like the colors and so on, is interesting, not necessarily the best, but it stands out well enough, I think. Um, and it could work for you. And then, as always, there is this pattern that we have seen. We have talked about it before, but it is the abstract illustration. I don't think they will have like a lot of them in here. Um, but it is a bit of a pattern as well that we've seen on other platforms where they are using shapes and things that don't really represent anything, but they are using it to represent thing. I think um, it's the fucking. It's not Typeform, it's the other one. It's not SurveyMonkey. It's the one with the emails, the yellow one. What's the name of that? Um, I forgot. You probably know what I'm talking about. But they have like a very good presentation on, not a presentation, but like they have illustrations that don't mean anything that they use all across their landing page. And yeah, MailChimp, that's the thing. That's the thing. Um, let's see if they changed. They did. They did change a ton of things. They used to have like illustration and shit in there that were much different than this. But now the fact that this is acquired, have they been acquired? Is that what happened? Uh, apparently that's what happened. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear. This is not what we like to see. Ugh. Anyways, thing that you can do. That's all I'm saying. But congrats on having the subscription model defined at least in revenue count and then in place in the app. That's gonna power through everything and gonna probably take no time for you to just get the thing to work. So yeah. This was funny to me just for the sake of current state of things. This is what we talked about with Phil's last week as potentials for the landing page that they are currently not having. And I don't think the illustration, like painting in the background, makes any fucking sense. I think just having a background image with the content on top makes sense. But this is the current state of taste, and yeah, it's not good. It's not what we call taste. But these are the illustration type that I was talking about. This is the thing that we used to have in, in 2015, 2016, 2015, roughly. One of the things that I want to talk about that is very important, and you need to watch this. These two videos, top and bottom, are absolutely 100% AI generated. The first one has mouse matching with what is spoken in Chinese. The other one is more of a voiceover. I don't think you can know if you're watching an AI generated video or not anymore. I think that's done. Like, it is very impressive. Dance has been very impressive because it is ByteDance in the background. Therefore, they have access to so much video with TikTok and other platforms. Appy Horse, I don't know who they are, but goddamn, it's impressive. So, you know, it's impressive. Anyways, viewer 38, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. What made you think you ever did? Ever did what? Know that something is AI generated? There is a period of time where AI generated videos were very much looking at something that was not as good as this. So that's what I would say. But yeah, right here, the only thing that is a tell for me is that period where the lid is kind of opening up in a way that is just kind of, it's a fixed lid, but it's not, it's flipping up in a way that just, is not natural. So that's the only tell. So you need to scrub basically frame by frame to get a feel to it. But yeah, Feels, welcome in. How are you? How was your weekend? How's your day off going? Um, I wouldn't know. I mean, if you are AI generated, you would probably not type this way. That's the first thing. And then the as we said, there is this simulation uh, dilemma. Like, are we in a simulation? In which case, if we are in a simulation, we are either the last simulation because we can't really create a simulation in a computer. So we are the smallest in the pile, or we are the first, in which case we're good. Um, but yeah, like I wouldn't know if that's what you want to hear. I wouldn't be able to know. But for these videos, which are again, this one is a very static one, and everything is kind of okay. Like the consistency in between frames is good. There is not a lot of moshing happening. This one is the only thing that is kind of weird with the box is a box where you take off the whole top. What I'm impressed by is this section when she decides to draw on the page. It is glitchy, and you would see that if I just, zoomed in like a normal human. Um, let's see if I can put that at 0.25. And then I'm gonna do that. I'm not zooming on titties. I'm zooming on the page. So you can see right here when I'm zooming in that things are kind of glitchy and so on. And specifically when we are going to start drawing things, the star is glitching around. But again, if I'm not at 0.25 and I'm like right here, if you pay attention to what you're supposed to pay attention in a video like this, I'm impressed. Anyways, Grace, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? How's everything? So yeah, that's the only thing that I wanted to mention. These things are getting more impressive by the day, and there will be a point, which is probably already here, where things would be um imperceptible, I guess. For us to just say, oh yeah, this is generated or not generated. So have a good luck, have a good grocery shopping. I don't think they should have made her chest bigger. I think that's a normal chest. No complaints there. You know, no complaint there. And have a good rest of your log later, Phil. Take care of yourself as well. On your day off, you have things to do. I get it. I get it. It makes sense. We'll see you soon. And yes, Grizz, 100%. If you have like a link or something, send me the link somewhere. If you don't have a link, send me something else. Like if it's the Figma file, I can go back in the Figma file, but small stuff. This one is for Cade specifically, not for anything else. And the other one that I want to talk about is these ones where basically we have these things that are coming in with the same style that I've been talking about for the past few months of we need to make this thing look as organic and human generated as possible. So we are using pictures that look as if it was, like maybe they've been taken by someone, but then from there it goes into a poster type, and then it goes into a card that looks like Um, it's handwritten, so that's that's the thing. The font, the color scheme, everything is very much AI generated, which I don't really fuck with, but nonetheless, interesting concept, interesting ideas, and really cool to see that everyone is doing the thing that I've been talking about for the past few months. As always, as always, you're using Netlify. Interesting. Interesting. Um, yeah. Mm. All right. I'm guessing this is good. That teeny tiny transition is really cute. However, it is not on click. Um, this is such a me thing, so don't worry about it. But it's still important. You have great transition right there, and you have the inset that happen post press, and I would love for it to be while press. That makes sense. Um, Same thing where when you are like diminishing, minimizing it. So yeah, while pressing, it should happen like almost instantly, and then on release, it just expand. Um, but it's very nice nonetheless. The animation is good. Congrats on that. This is cool. I love the fact that the tooltips, goddamn, have a bit of physics to them. That's cute. That's a very subtle element that most people will never necessarily notice, but it's really cool. It is a nice detail. It's a nice detail. You might want to grow the effect zone, as we talked about before. So there is the hitbox for the element that you want to click, and you just have like a bit of padding around it for the clickable zone, and then you have a negative margin to that element so that it bleeds out but doesn't move out your layout. But nonetheless, this is still cute. Um, these are okay. That transition is shit though. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That's cool though. That's good. That's great. The fact that the manga is going into the other side as well, that is really clean. Um, and the I didn't read it yet is is really nice. Um, the small takeaway on the side is really cool, and then these ones are simple, so that works. Um, no, I know it just goes to the next page, but it has a bit of a glitch. So if you look closely, the the page flashes and then you load the next page, and that flash is the issue. Um, so yeah. The thing that I would say, and that kind of joins what Dapshi's saying, there is no things in there that I'm like, oh yeah, let me click on that. Let me see what they have done. Like I get it, but there is not like something that invites me to click and interact with a project, whatever that you have. So that's the I would say that that might be the only main issue type of thing that you currently have. Other than that, it's pretty good. The player is nice. The rabbit is good. The placement for the progress bar might be a bit low, and also it's a bit square in the entire thing. Um, I like the send me back to where I was. Like that's a nice touch, so that I don't, you know, miss the points. Um, but yeah, no, that's clean. That's clean. It's working. It's working. It does the job. It does the job. You've done the handwritten, hand scribbled brackets on things, which is interesting. It doesn't seem to send me exactly what it's supposed to send me, but doesn't doesn't really matter. Um, Other than that, I feel like we are missing past work. Like you have past experience here, or current experience, but I feel like we are missing some past work section, and we've seen that before, and I showcased that before, where you have um, something like that. This is 12. Let me do 20 in, I guess book is going to be fine for this use case. And then you have project 2, project 3, project 4, you know, all of that. On hover, you currently have that effect where things are going to 40%, 20%, I don't know how much. I am a big fan of having things like this that are just small thumbnails related to the project in question flying out, like on the side, and show you, like that. This is an image of something. This is an image of something from that project as well. It's just like fly through the same way that you have the animation on Pinterest when it's loading on your phone. Um, is the thing that I kind of like. But I understand that this might not be necessarily the most efficient and nice to see things, but it it's an it's an interesting thing. But I'm a big fan of that. And I feel like you're missing this. That's the only thing that you're missing. Um, you saying the top empty space will be a carousel. Yeah, but also a section would be good. Um, yeah, shit like this, exactly. The only thing that I do like with that is that here I mean, or don't like specifically, is that this should be almost clickable, but at least it has something that is, you know, interesting. And I would also have the preview kind of follow through and not reduce itself like right there instantly. I would have like a bit of a fade in between the two. So yeah, Mizzy, hi, welcome in. How are you? How was your weekend? How's everything? Other than that, yes, that's the type of animation that I do think would work, and then that is making a lot of sense. All of that is clean looking. It makes sense. It looks good. We like it. So yeah, inspiration from Jace. It's gonna be a good option. Um, But yeah, and then the last point, you know, good.
Bernard XF is now following.
Good job. Bernard, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you have a great day and a great weekend and all day. But yeah, thanks a lot for following. I appreciate it. Good job on a nice try. It's much better than what you had in the first place. Don't say fuck off, like that's the thing. I'm pretty good. I am pretty good. A bit tired, like always. I didn't eat enough. I should eat more, but I don't have enough food. So, ah, debatable. Yeah, other than that, I guess the only thing that is like me, like always, for most activities and most things when it comes to presenting work, 125%. 125% seems to be the sweet spot for me for readability for most people. And I don't really have a reason for this. I usually have reasons for what I'm telling everyone, but it's like the zoomed in version is always a more accessible option than the regular things. And it's like, again, this is fine for me, because these don't do shit for me. Like they are just for screens, so it doesn't really matter. But for someone that needs glasses, for someone that has issues with their vision, just 125% can basically fix a lot of vision impairment. So I would do that. Wait, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. I get it. I get it. And then your mobile version, because obviously we need to check that out. You have you have a bit of a breakage right there, which should not happen. But, good job on that. You will not have that's popping at the bottom. So same thing as last time. It's fine. But for the same reason as if I have my thumb and I'm reaching up with the second thumb for something, I'm probably going to cover up half of the screen and try to tap on something and look at that without necessarily looking at the bottom of my phone to see what is currently happening at the bottom. So there might be a need for you to have like these things to be displayed on top or somewhere else or somehow a bit differently, alongside the zone in which the person is clicking. Otherwise, this is going to be kind of more complex to just interact with. Other than that, it's clean. This is a nice horizontal scroll with a click and drag. This is pretty cool. That's nice, but same thing, I would have it on top of said book. And then there you click on it, you open the page. That's working. You had it, Apsix. Congrats on that. That's neat. That is neat. Yeah, keep them because there is not anything that the person that created haptics for the web will not try to do to re-implement the things again. So, if someone hasn't updated to 26.5, they have haptics. If someone has updated, but the person that has created the haptics for the web thing update it, and then you have like the latest version, you republish and redeploy and so on, they have haptics as well. If someone is not running iOS 26 but iOS 18, they have haptics. So keep them. It doesn't cost shit and it's pretty neat. That is good. Let me go on to your project things. To see the preview, you have the video, which is the same thing. You have that, which is the same thing. You have the code block, which is a bit of a weird thing. like it's one of these that, have a bit of a double scroll situation where you sometimes end up with your thumb in one place that you wanted to scroll past, but it doesn't work. So that's a thing. Other than that, the rest is solid. And that thing at the bottom that I didn't talk on desktop is still good. So that's great. That's great. Yeah, that's good. Um, I'm gonna say that again because I can. You know, Twitter, X, in the that link is too tiny. Like it's a pain in the ass to click, and you might benefit from having um still Twitter written just for accessibility sake and clickability sake, so that people can just tap on the thing. Whereas here, they need to be precise. Telegram is a thing where they have roughly, yeah, if you do like X Twitter, that makes sense. But yeah, for the sake of clickability, it's just like this is so small and might be too complex for people to figure it out. So yeah. This is interesting. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it makes sense. You would probably do that when you click on the header itself if you have more projects than what you currently have, so that you can get access to see all project or all past artifacts. Um, Other than that, it's good. Hugo, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How was your weekend? How have you been? How's everything? It would be a view more button. I don't know. Probably have a view more either here or at the bottom of the list. Yeah. I don't know how much you want to have. Um, you're not gonna make it. And I think what would make sense based on the design that you have is, if you say view more, just expand by 5 more projects in text, like on the homepage. There is no, like, it doesn't really change the layout or anything. It's just, you have like 5 more, and it's just 5 lines more, and you kind of good with it. Like, as always, if I get these and you have your, can I do that? I forgot if I can do that. Yes, I can. Like, it doesn't break anything if you add like 5 more things by clicking the more button. It's just like, phew, just expands. So the probability of, again, the probability of someone clicking on the more button from here is because they have reached the bottom or they have looked at everything. I'm gonna be real with you on this one. It's always the same thing. It's just, oh yeah, I just needed to see more because these things were pretty good, so I want to see what else we have. And it's just underneath. It doesn't like send me to another page, so that if I could just scroll down more, I still have access to the bookshelf. I still have access to everything else. So I feel like this makes more sense. But as always, if you want to move that into a dedicated page, good, good, good. Hugo, happy birthday to you on this long weekend. Congratulations on turning 67. Congrats. Yeah, no, other than that, it's good. Could be a bit bigger. But that's just me. And yeah. I think it's really clean. Going back to what we said last week, um, this is very much a senior-ish type of portfolio with the the effects and everything. So that's good. It again, it might place you as a I'm a tad too expensive for you kind of person, which is fine, and that will attract a very specific type of clients and all companies. But if that's what you want to have, then we good. The thing that I could tell you, which is, debatable, this is good nonetheless, like this works. But if you wanted to really make it personal, create that as an SVG with your own handwriting. Like you do that on a piece of paper, you scan it, you put it in Figma, you recreate the thing as an SVG. Then you place that here as an overlay on top of a white version of the same text. Um, so it's like more personal. Other than that, this is fine. Um, yeah, I mean, you could redo the exact same thing with that effect of a bear scratches on a tree by hand as vectors instead. Basically, what I'm saying is that if you have something like this that is like more personal, more organic, more human made, it showcase the attention to detail, it showcase the like in all of that. Um, so could be an option. Nonetheless, if you don't want to, don't do that. It's just like details for food for thought. But yeah, no, the only thing that I think you're missing from my point of view is the work, the past work, something that shows me previews of what you worked on and so on. I do have, I think, um, is it lendings.dev? Yes, it is. I do have it. Lending is another one that is like for landing pages, which is mostly for Phils, but since Phils is not here, doesn't make a lot of sense. It's kind of the same idea where you have these things and you want users to know what you are all about. So having some previews underneath just makes so much more sense. A lot of people, again, don't have or are doing the thing that you are currently doing, which is like pure text and minimalistic and so on, but they still have hover effect that shows the images and so on. The reason, again, for this is you are a designer or dev or someone that ships content, and therefore what you're creating is kind of visual, so it makes sense. If you were not creating visual stuff and it's just like a matter of presentation, if you're a dev, shit like this, which I showcased for, I think, Roy last month, 2 months ago, I forgot. Shit like this would be good enough for dev to have like a presentation of something. You have a bit of code, whichever it is. You have the explanation of what the title is, what it means, what's the project is about, and then you're good. Then you're good. You don't have to think too much about it. It's easier. But for you, as someone that is a designer, you need to have something that is like visually impactful on the users. That makes sense. I do think There are a lot of people right now, a lot of designers are going in this direction, which is the infinite canvas slash interactive uh, thing just for the sake of, oh yeah, this is not like an AI generated landscape. It kind of is. Like this is something that is probably generated, but not necessarily like for sure. Um, but yeah, it's like most designers right now are going in that direction, which is fine. And you know, it showcase everything that you can do in one place, and therefore it it can be cool. But that's about it. Um, that is about it. Yeah, I know. It's a site about you. But even if it's a personal site, I feel like you should have things like I've worked on this. It's, again, your personal site is your portfolio to an extent. Like it's still a representation of you and what you have done. And you can be like me and have like 60,000 um, version of the same site. Like this is my studio website, and you know, this is my personal site, which is kind of my portfolio, but not really. This is my live stuff, which is not working. This is the mom stuff, which is like, it's dedicated, which is it shouldn't exist, and all of that. So, it, yeah. Why do I have that twice? Makes no sense. So, you can have 100% like all of these things as dedicated websites, but yeah. Um, no, it wasn't self-love on this one. I think it was just a command D that made a duplicate for no reason. Um, touching myself, yes, exactly. That's the thing. Other than that, I feel like this is good. It makes sense. It works. It's a good presentation. Are you gonna have like a dark mode as well? Or are you like just full on bright mode, light mode for everything? No questions. It's gonna work anyway. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I my brain is telling me something. You probably have heard of Quiver. You probably have seen some of the things that are on Twitter lately, showcasing, what they have done and so on. And that on the Quiver, the fact that they already have, um, if I just fucking sign in, they have the bear, that is in here, and it creates somehow um a vector of the thing. You can then animate that through another platform, but I would say it would be nice to have micro interactions on the bear, on hover, like a detail, you know, a detail. Um, what? Yeah, that is so slow. That is so slow every time. Um, holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah. I mean, I love this animation every time. It's really cool, but you know, nonetheless, I would still give you some Rive button situation as a system. Like this shit is good and will make people come back. Even if it's something, I mean, specifically the get started is the button that people will click on anyways every time. So it makes sense to have an animation, but if you had like a bit of a hover effect that animates, it could be cool. Other than that, it's not necessary, but I would say that's the last point that I would potentially have. Yeah, you could do that. You could do that. You could do that if you wanted to. Um, it's not that complicated. The probability of you having the ability to do that through like directly through Figma is a thing, but if you have like an iPad, then you can animate stuff really quickly. Like for one of the clients that I'm working on right now, we had an ID at some point, and that was like one of the potential options. And it's just like squiggles and scribbles and things that I just used within um, Procreate. So I just created these very, very tiny short things to make sure that they work. And then the last one is uh, this thing, which obviously right now doesn't work. But, just working on that teeny tiny animation to see if this is something that we want to go for. It seems to be the case. We changed the shape a tad because this one doesn't really match with the vibe that we want to have, but it's kind of similar. And so having like that idea and that concept as a system makes sense. And my goal for me is that in the HTML, I'm gonna have this effect be on hover on like the logo itself. So if someone like scroll by, just you have the thing that just writes itself or something. Just just uh just you need yourself. You need yourself. You just need you need one of these and then you trace. You know, you just you have the entirety of that. You take that video from YouTube, you send it into Procreate or whatever software you want to use, and then you just you take that frame and then you take that frame. I mean, technically not not that, but like, you know, that that's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. You just need to create the 5 to 10 frames that needs to happen, and yeah, like that. Don't need more. You don't need more. Specifically, again, when you have all of these resources, like, yeah, that's a lot of time. There's a lot of sliding here. This is not good. Maybe you can do that. Maybe you can do that. You can make it hibernate if the user is not moving at whatsoever. I wish I had, as always, the ability to just show you things because of how easy it is. um, but I don't think that would work. Um, if you have whatever program on your computer, on your iPad, if you have an iPad, um, they probably already have some pre-made things. And the only thing, again, the only thing that you need to do is, all right, that's the frame that I want to have, followed by, not that, followed by that frame and that one and that one and that one. And then when we cycle through, like when we have the full circle, which is right about here, then you're done. So that's like roughly 16 to 20 SVGs that you have to do. And that's it. And you already have the base. Like it's not a, what I'm saying is that it's not a question of animation, it's a question of sprite creation. Your things might not be an animated SVG. It might just be, I have my frame number one, and frame number one is just, this. And that's the bear, the first bear. And then I have frame number two, which is gonna be that being bigger. And then I have frame number three, which is going to be that being bigger, but I'm gonna rotate it for the sake of presentation. And then I'm gonna frame number four, and I'm gonna rotate it again and make it a tad bigger as well. And the only thing that you need to say is these things are going to be exported as a single image, and it's a sprite. And your system, your HTML is just recognizing this as a sprite, which is what we have right here. So if you click on this, the animation that is there, if you don't know, that is a sprite. So that thing, that transition and so on, is just a series of images, and you can see them slide through when I'm changing. Like you can see that the heart is kind of moving, and I can't zoom in and zoom in at the same time. Like it's changing, it's glitching at the last pixel because it's not placed properly, because the team at Twitter is kind of not a team anymore. And it's like, it's basically a set of, I think, 24 or 30 something images that are just back to back, and that's it. So as soon as you have, again, all the steps, you have all the thing that you need. It's just a matter of doing the job and doing what you need to do to get the animations. It makes sense. It makes sense. It's easy. It is easy. I get it. I get it, but that's the only thing that I would say, potentially add that to your page to make it like a bit more personal and creative on its own. I've seen other people do some teeny tiny animations here and there. We have a lot of characters on web pages that have the eyes that follow the cursor, because that's an easy thing to do. I guess if you were to use Rive instead of anything else, or if you hire someone to use Rive, they could have something that makes the bear interact with the cursor. Like you have a cursor override when you are on top of a section of the bear, like that is a bit bigger, where the bear is going to jump around and try to catch the cursor if you are within that square, for example. It's a fun thing to have. It's very much what we have talked about last 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Where's this thing? Right there. It's basically this, where you have a cat, and the cat is, is just following through. And again, you have access to it. Like if you just have the bear with the animation of the bear for all of the frames in questions that needs to happen, then you end up here. And that's official size. It has sounds. Please, just go play with it. It has the sounds. It's cute as fuck. Denny, hi, we're going in. No, I started at 1:30. So roughly, yes. But yeah, this is like you can duplicate that. Um and just get a cat. You know, just uh just get a cat. Yeah, they move like weird things, but it doesn't like if you use I think it's character AI. No. um there is a tool that exists right now. If I scroll, I'm gonna have some porn, which is obviously a thing, but there is like a tool that exists right now that gives you the ability to basically create an RPG slash 2D character in about 2 requests and get uh, your output in an animated format. Like it is based to create that animated effects. And lately, I don't know if you've been on Twitter enough. I don't think I have saved any of them. But a lot of people have been creating these teeny tiny ChatGPT slash Claude Code thing where they have like a bit of an avatar on top of the chat box. And I've seen some Doom guy, I've seen some pixelated things that could work. Could work. You know, could work. It could be good, but obviously I'm not gonna find any of them because I didn't. I don't think I liked any of them, and it's been 3 days, so I have like 160 likes to go through first. But yeah, like again, it is done instantly by ChatGPT, I think. So nothing stops you. Maybe you just don't have the credits, and that's fine. Anyways, Denny, how are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How's the website going? We went through. I kind of wanted to talk about this one, by the way, at some point, just because it's funny to me. Um, the reason why I'm saying it's funny to me is that this is a look at their mood board for their latest project, and that's cool. It has like a lot of things that are really cool, and then when you see the final project and so on, it's nice. What I don't understand, or what is kind of uh, weird from my point of view, is the amount of content. Uh, Somehow, this is almost nothing compared to what I'm used to, and it's kind of interesting to see that some people are kind of laser focused on a direction from the get-go, and I am exploring everything that seems to be good. So even if I can't show you like the files in question, you can kind of see the exploration section right there on this one. If I go into my research on this, which I can show you. This is like this is the research and inspiration board for everything, where we go through a ton of different characters, different things, different colors, different whatever, the fonts. And then we have page 2 for the colors, and then we go into the details of iterating through all the possible variations of the things. And when the client said, oh yeah, I like these two, then we expand on these two and we go into a lot more details and so on. But that is the thing that I've done almost every time, and you can see like how much images I have here, for the research and the inspiration parts. And the fact that here we have like a 10 to 12 images, I'm like, that seems kind of light, but I also understand maybe this is the refined inspiration. I know that in the result, like the thing that I'm sending to the clients, I'm only most of the times sending like 5 to 10 images tops as inspiration for the vibes. But yeah, yeah. Try to get a spot in the cinema to watch Michael Jackson. Not a chance. I see everything has been full the whole weekend. That's impressive. I haven't set foot in a cinema since 2021. So, yeah. And Grizz, the fact that I didn't see them on your website means that it's good, because it loads fast enough for me to not see these. Like I, eh. Is it necessary for me to see these? No. No. But yeah, other than that was a small thing. And this one was funny to me, the fact that the Infinite Chocolate from 2013 is hitting Twitter now. Is yeah. You know what? You know what? That's a fair point. That is a fair point. I get it. No. You're right. You have a point. I That is true. That is true. Also, Dapshi, why are you applying to Gong? That's weird. That's weird. I see. I see. What are you using for your applying system? Are you using anything for your applying system? No, I mean a tracker option, like something that will either generate a resume for you, check the compatibility, store information. You know, is that a thing or no? I see. That's probably the reason. That is probably the reason. You're doing the same thing as me, which is fine. But yeah, can I find this bitch? I will not find it. I'm gonna tell you that now. But you know, why not? Why not? I'm also very, very. I need to say something about this one. I don't understand how this Palpatine looking ass picture is the picture that they decided to choose to present the person. But I I don't know. I feel like there's something about it that is kind of weird. Um, anyways, small details, small things. There's been like this resurgence of if website was designed by and this was the truest of truth. Like a lot of people have done this one with all the anime things and the cute stuff and whatever. And if you've used Japanese software in the past, you know that it looks like this. And yeah, it's kind of bad. It is kind of bad. Um, but I'm apparently not finding the thing that I'm looking for. It's crazy. It is crazy. This was kind of similar to what I've done last week out of nowhere. So that's a fun thing. And I'm not finding the thing. That pisses me off. God damn. God damn. I'm seeing a ton of branding on my feed lately, as I said, and it's really interesting to see how everyone's going in the same direction for almost everything. So doing my best to not, but yeah, I am not gonna find the thing. God damn. So sad. So sad. Also, dang. That is Quiver AI at work. When you're looking at it from just it working, it is a very impressive tool to just see it design. It does some mistake, would create some mistakes here and there, but other than that, it's a great tool. It is a great tool. As a pool fanatic, I don't know. We're missing a line there. We need to say even though it is. Like, but you know. um I didn't see this. This is good. This is good. That's such a simple marketing system and it's so easy to create. Just having the ID already is really cool. Um, and the fact that it will change, you know, is going to be good. The only issue that you have with this is that if you look at it from this side, you'll see the building, and it means that you can own the building, which is not an option. But this is great marketing and advertising, I think. Yeah, great job. Didn't see that. Didn't see that probably because I have these ones muted, but yeah. And then I don't know if you want to have like pool or poker or whatever on your phone. I feel like it's not the best option. I would rather have a game with friends than not. And so if I can, I will just get some friends in and have a friendly game at home or at a bar or somewhere else where it doesn't really involve money or just is playing for fun and so on. But you know, I mean, you might not have the ability to get like all the people that you know that is just like in an area where you can meet. I get it. I get it. I get it. But it's interesting. It looks very much Windows design for Windows 10/11 transition. Like before they announced 11, they started to do that. But yeah. Anyways. Waiting for Kane for this one. And then that is the same thing as everyone else. This is such a 2025, 2026 branding project that it's kind of crazy to me that everyone is looking the same. We are all creating stamps. We are all creating Polaroid pictures, all using the handwritten fonts. Like it's crazy. It is crazy, but it's fun though. Not saying that it's wrong, but it's fun. And then there is this style as well that we haven't talked about, which is the current direction in which the AI generated that don't want to look AI generated things want you to kind of embrace in a way, not really, but kind of, where you have something that has the orange tint to it, like the beige and so on, but not entirely. It is mixing font with the regular like instrument that every AI is using, but also combining it with another font which is pretty, you know, uh different. It might be just instrument serif or non like sans serif, which is the other one. And then it combines these illustration thing, which is similar to the one that we talked about um with Alma, that have specifically when it comes to their illustration things, and I don't know if we have them here. I don't think we do. Um, but like most of these things that are like, again, these are AI generated as well. They are collage when it comes to what they are called and how they are created. And it is something that people have kind of started to embrace, but it's been something that we have been doing for the past, I don't know, 20 years, the 30 years, if not more. But in digital and in some sort of an AI generated version, it is interesting. So that's a bit of a system that I'm seeing is popping off, and a lot of people are doing the same thing. So same here, like you have that collage interface with the same fonts, the same colors, the same overall vibes that, you know, is supposed to make you stand out. I feel like there is a lot more work that has been put into this one specifically to have the texture, to have the effects and so on. But the base is still like a very much AI generated structure, which is kind of sad. But, you know, it's again, it's really fun to see how everyone is following the same things over and over and over and over and over again. And the one that I wanted to talk about last week that I didn't find is this one, the Midol project, which is a very handcrafted um, lock screen slash peaceful environment from, I think, Chinese. I think they are Chinese. The original creator is a Chinese person. And this is kind of the direction in which a lot of designers are also going toward. Um, so it's you know, I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. And if they did, then kudos to them. But yeah, it's thank you. Welcome back. I have things for you. How are you? How was your weekend? How's everything? Let me reload this. Let me reload this. Yes, exactly. Exactly. On click, like if I move out and I release, then it's good. But if I click, it's on point, and when I release, it's good. Same here. Congrats. That's good. Much better. Much better. I'm pretty good. I'm tired. I realized that I thought I didn't have any blueberries for the past 2 weeks because I thought my store stopped shelving them, which is an option, not the season and so on. And they just moved them to another aisle that I don't go to usually. And I just passed through yesterday and I was like, God dang, I missed my blueberries and they were the whole time. So that's sad, but it's fun. So yeah, that illustration type is something that we have seen a lot of times currently being like re-added to a ton of creations. And then a lot of people are doing these as well, which are kind of debatable, AI generated, not AI generated. I don't know. I feel like some of them are and some of them are not. But these ones are not. These ones are original, but we've seen like a ton of other things. So, you know, it's a bit of a current state of things where everyone's trying to add illustrations that look handmade instead of the rest, and you end up with things like this, um, which are very cool. Which are very cool. It's because it's a cat. It's a cat. Obviously, it's very cool. Obviously. So specifically for you, Techie, I have a set of cat that is reminding me of yours. That's the first one. I don't know if it's like right here or if I put it somewhere else. I probably put it somewhere else. God the fuck damn. It's somewhere else. um, it's a set of like cat illustration that felt like it could have been yours. Like it could have been your original because now I know what your original used to be. But yeah, this one looked very, very similar to the first one that you had with the very um, pointy ears, and then you have these one that was the stamps from line and so on, which are also like kind of similar. Nonetheless, I have things for you when it comes to things. Also, these fucking Pinterest collage things are very interesting concept. Very, very interesting concept. But yes, they are the Animal Crossing things. Indeed. Indeed. Get that. Get that as a reference. This one is AI generated. I don't know how I know, but I can tell. It's crazy how I can tell. I'm currently in that realm of things, which is much different. And if you look at some of the illustration that I've been showcasing for the past few weeks now, we are in a very Japanese crayon environment with the illustration types that I'm seeing and liking. So yeah. Yeah. I get it. I get it. I understand. I understand. So let me open this because I have things for you when it comes to your own file. You can hear me out. hear me out. You can reduce your file size by about 50% and make it so much more efficient and reactive if you just remove everything that is hidden on the page. Every single page you have 60,000 things that are just like not visible. And it's like, I mean, I get it, but if I go on anything, you have so much shit that is just like images and references and other things that you have worked on. I can't really access them because I don't have the edit access, but I can just see that. So my recommendation for you on this one is very simple. You open whatever page you have, you go into one of these things that is currently hidden. You use one of the plugins like Simulators that is just going to check like element is hidden and just, you know, uh, make them visible again, or simply just select all of that, also Stony High, we'll call it. Select everything and just say, well, you know, we just have these, which is not much, but goddamn, you could make the whole files like so much lighter. I'm just when I looked at it, I was like, where are these things? And then I just comment A, and ah. So I'm sure in there are things that are like useful. I'm also certain that there are things in there that will be thing that you can like reuse or that you have forgotten you had. And it again, it doesn't really cost you anything to just flip the switch into make it visible. And then from there you can decide, is this something that is good or is this something that is not good? To save, to keep, to whatever. But other than that, yeah, that's the main thing that I saw. And I'm like, God damn. Like, you have a full version of these pages for sure. Like, I'm almost certain. 3 times. Like, 3 variations that you've done. And then you just flew off the map. And you ended up here. And you were like, you know what? I'm gonna keep that. One of the reasons why I'm telling you that is the probability that you have a component in these hidden things that you have ported without knowing that is now somewhere that you can't really access because it is hidden, but you have it like maybe you have this thing and maybe that badge specifically is somewhere else and unlinked to your new version of the badge is the thing that I'm like, maybe you can make this a bit easy on yourself. However, as I mentioned to you directly, you have done a very good job at getting the design notes and so on. Most of these things, I would have personally placed them in a different behavior. Like I'm an optimization freak when it comes to these things. When it's component, like right now, you have on and off, and I would just have one cell that can be turned on or off by having like one of the version, and that's it. And then this would be a duplicate with the similar version of the thing, and that's it. But I get it. Like if you want the controls and basically have everything like so, it kind of makes sense. But overall, as I said, the file is clean, other than the duplicates. And Stony, that's not true. I don't have a single element on my files Usually that is hidden. My issue with Techies files is this. Like, what is that? What is that? That's just resource wasting. Techie is resource waste maxing, and it shows. It shows. This one is pretty clean. There's not a lot. Oh wait. Oh wait. Why? Why? Why so much shit right there? And this one is a component. I don't know what it is, but there is a component right there that you probably have a use for somewhere, probably in there, but it might also be in here. And it's like, goddamn. Yeah, I'm not talking about the mess. The mess makes sense. And your file right here is pretty good, but you don't have like an empty cell somewhere. The only place that you might see an empty cell is the mess on purpose. But these ones are just images that haven't loaded yet. So yeah, that's the thing. And if I do that, I'm scared now. It's not a complete mess. It's organized. Organized chaos, as always. We are pasting at that instant. Goddamn. Let me make everything visible. The stream is going to turn into a slideshow. I'm telling you that. That's what happens. So you have in here. I can't even load. I can't even move the things. You have some profile sidebar thing, including some of them that have dev notes. So that's see how sluggish it is. Is that they are showing this, and they say that before you had like a performance issue, you know, right there where you things um it's not dead, it's just lagging. You know, things are like this, and it's like they are telling you that they have made some improvement into Figma, and that now in the new version it's like this, and that's not the case. Anyways, everything is loaded now that the stream has crashed and resources have been allocated. So you have some past resources, some references, images in there like that. I mean, who wouldn't want that? I agree. I agree. Interesting. I remember these. We talked about these. You have a ton of screenshots for paywalls, I guess. These looks like the settings from the one that you're replacing. Yep. um, which makes sense to have, you know, it's cool. Research on that. The whiskers in questions. Some colors, some profiles. These are really cool. I like that a lot. I've done the same thing for Salma, and you know, I'm probably going to do the same thing for the current product that I'm on. I like these squiggles a lot. They make a ton of sense. So These are fun. You have a tendency of color matching, and I don't know how you do that on almost everything, but you have like such a nice coherence of themes. So if your theme is kind of blue, your white is going to be kind of blue. If your thing is kind of orange, yellowish, then your white is going to be yellowish, and so on. All of that is really cool. Um, like here, these are really nice. These are really cute as well. I don't know if you intended I don't know if you intended this to be like an automated switch, as in user put an image and then system detect that the primary is green, therefore the theme color that is pre-selected is the green one, and it applies to the entire thing, or if it is like a default um like white, and then the user can manually pick things. But yeah, this is really cute. Really cute. All of that. The dark version, the light version, everything is neat. I'm gonna steal that. Now that it's on my file. You have other thing there, and you have that. You were experimenting with the empty state, apparently. It's fun that this is coming back. As in the current new state of that is this. Like that's the roughly that's roughly what we have with the newest creations that people are doing with the effect. They are doing that, and then I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this, but I'm gonna try. Like that's the candy effect that a lot of people are trying to create, and we have been talking about it and showcasing like some of them right there. That this one is a great representation of what I don't like about it, but yeah, that's what I see most of the times. Like it's just like inner shadows and so on to get the entire thing to work. Um, Give me 1 sec. I need to fix something. I need to pee. I forgot that the window in the corridor is open and it's raining like crazy. Dang. It basically floods the stairs. That is crazy. That is crazy. What I miss. um, You want to redesign the whole thing? God dang. God dang. God dang. I don't know what that is, but yeah. I guess, yeah, with what can be done and what can't be done with Expo directly. Yeah. Technically, a 0.5 is basically a 1 in on iOS. So, yeah, you know, the usual thing. That's broken stone. That is so broken. That's so broken. Anyways, that's the thing that I'm seeing a lot of people kind of bringing back. Um, and yeah, it's interesting. That's that's gonna break the stream again. God damn. See you in about 16 minutes. I don't know. God damn. Other than that, the rest of this is the official design, so that's like non-necessary, but yeah. So yeah, that's I would say that's the only thing that I could recommend you for you using your own file and making sure that you have everything that is as clean as possible and so on, because you have like so much hidden stuff in every corner that I'm like, it's crazy. And then this is the cat that made me or reminded me of what you have um like here. This one is to me kind of similar. Um right now I'm looking at like some Miffys. The thing that we have, or at least that I'm thinking about is that, but this is not. This is not good. Not good enough. And I can't really duplicate this, so that's why I'm like more interested in the simplification of the cats. But also rabbit would be really good. Anywho. Anywho. Yeah, it is never good enough. It is never good enough, for sure. Um, and then the thing that you talk about for the OKRCH stuff, are you talking about the that, or I know we had it and we talked about it, and you shared with one of your previous files, I think one of the FigJam files, the blobs colors, and I don't think we have um I don't think we have them. This, I think that's the thing that I have in mind. Um, that thing, is that the thing in question? I doubt it. I doubt it. Hmm. I need to read that. I need to read that. I can't read that on stream. That's not my capabilities. But yeah, I need to go through that. That is a for sure thing. That is a for sure thing. Otherwise, cats. Always. You know. Always good. Always a good idea. Always nice to have. With cats. Um, check the before and after. In that thing? Am I blind? Maybe I'm blind. Is it like that? That that line is a 1 point and that's a 0.5? Yeah. Eh. Eh. I work with Swift UI, so I don't care. But yeah, no, I get it. If you can't really get access to the feature itself, and then that makes it a lot more accessible and easier to play with, then that makes a lot of sense. I get that. I get that. I would follow through. I would follow through for sure. Um, one of the thing that you said that I absolutely agree with is now that you are more familiar with the tech, um, then you end up with the ability to know stuff. Like for example, and Stony still not a dev. Mm-mm-mm. Still not a dev. But the fact that that person right here was saying, I'm trying to create like that map, but it's really complicated to still have accessibility and so on, and make the green dots be as visible as they are on the dark mode. And I just said you can just like reduce the opacity. That will be good enough as a starting point, but you can also go into dot green dot secondary or dot green dot mix with the color that you want to get like an accessible thing. And I did that from the top of my head. This is like native Swift UI development, so it's just it's simple. But the fact that I haven't touched Swift in about a month, really, and that anything that is color related is still like hand drilled in my head, and I just remembered it. The syntax is still there. It makes sense. It's the same thing. Like the fact that I can now be there and be like, well, you can just do that if you want to, because this is a better way of doing it than what you currently have. Then yeah, that is progress. Progress. Not necessarily good progress, but at least progress. And from your point of view of knowing a lot more about like the code base and Expo and all the other things that are going with it, um, then yeah. So, storage driver that has default and manual driver to be added creates 20 files and 40 plus changes. I don't know what you're talking about. Um, say that again. um, I don't know if you've seen. I may have liked it, and I forgot where it was. But there was a post, I think 2 days ago, of someone saying that they finally had enough money from their vibe coded apps that they could hire like a dev to help them reorganize the code base and make it cleaner and so on. And when they tried to onboard said dev, the first question that they had was, where is this thing? And the vibe coder didn't have the ability to explain anything because they don't know. And when I read this, I was like, I'm kind of in the same situation, but I have a bit of a better understanding of my code base, I think. Simply by the fact that I have like orchestrated things. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, yeah, that's a thing that is probably going to happen, that ensure that a lot of devs are going to be safe. So yeah. Um, that's cool. It's cool to know. You can now use multiple storage types, including NFS, S3, R2, and WebDAV. Is the DAV thing, the DAV 2D, whatever from VLC, like the new thingy? I heard about it like this morning. On top of the regular local storage. So if you want to use a cloud server instead of something in your home, you now can. That's cool. That's cool. You know what? That's even better. I like that. I like that a lot. So basically, instead of having your server running on an old device or an at-home server, you can load it on a self-hosted stuff somewhere. I can try the flow, yes. And Techie, I feel like I I know I hate it as well, but you know, uh, at the end of the day, it's night. Yes, at the end of the day, writing your app natively for the devices that you want them to run on is always going to be the most optimized and an efficient way of doing the thing, meaning that the fact that I have can in Swift UI and Kotlin or Jetpack is the reason why both of them are kind of okay in terms of, I mean, obviously they are not like as optimized as they should be, but the Swift UI version is as optimized as it can be, and the Kotlin version is as optimized as it can be for myself, for my skills. And if someone comes in, they can use like native code and native implementation for optimization and so on, which I think is a bit better. But yeah, you know, it's interesting. So you say NFS, and then you have 92. It's not it's Colin. It's been a while. 120. 120. I don't know. I don't check. I don't check. Every time I open the Play console thing, it doesn't really give me any information that is good or bad, or there is crash or no crash or something. It's just like, okay. And I don't know. I don't think I have like a Crashlytics thing that is implemented other than the native version. So Yeah. Maybe it's crashing all the time. I don't know. That's not the thing. Um, ah, ah, ah. That's interesting. What did you say earlier? Um, you said that. Interesting that this is recognized as credit card input. Not gonna lie, but you need to make sure that your fields are named properly so that we have not that issue of having like credit cards and emails and other things that are pre-populated by these things. Otherwise, you might be flagged as scam and issue like not good. So you want to move on from that. If I save that, I'm gonna have the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, something I saw the notification for a split second, and then yeah. um
Block me. Delete me. Ignore me. Ghost me.
yeah.
Block me.
Interesting. Nonetheless, the flow seems pretty good. The steps are okay. The design is debatable, but it's okay. I'm gonna complain about it later. Um, I basically want to know what these numbers are. What is that? Why do we have numbers and why this one is 6 compared to the others? Because, yeah. I don't think I have a Crashlytics thing, to be honest, that is in there. Yeah. I don't have any fucking crashes. And I don't track any data and I don't have anything, so I don't think I will be able to get like anything. Yeah.
Delete me.
Do we not have like a fucking all session? Like from the start? Like the same way that I have them here? You know?
Delete me. Ignore me.
My app just doesn't crash? I doubt it. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me show you. The app is crashing. The app is crashing. It's just yeah. Yeah. We have less than usual, but it's still crashing like roughly once every 3 days, 4 days. And the probability here is that they are like mostly coming from the same type of people and the same type of devices. Perfume has a lot more crashes based on what I'm seeing lately. and I've been trying to figure out exactly like what is going on. Um, but yeah, 1.4 is my current version, and no one has it apparently right there. Like that's me. Only me has it. So yeah. Um, this day where we had like 5 crashes in the same day is a crazy thing. Have a good coffee. Um, but yeah, one of the things that I do hate about uh, Apple and analytics is the fact that the data is delayed by like 2.5 days or 2 days roughly, compared to Google that is like mostly on point. But yeah, I haven't replied to this one. I should probably do. I appreciate that. I know who that is, but yeah. That person specifically is the person that sent me like a block of text the first time, and it was such an interesting thing that I mean I love it, appreciate it. But the first message that we had was this email. I'm just gonna leave it blurred because you can see the entire thing. That's one email with all the feedback that they had, and then I replied, Kane, hi, welcome on in. I replied with a very short email right there, and then the reply was something that it was as massive. And basically, what I love about it is that we had a conversation, we fixed everything that they had an issue with, and now they are just 5-starring the entire thing, which is good. Um, you know, it's neat. It is neat. Anyways, let me check the DMs. I see. I see. God damn. God damn. So I'm gonna, as always, reiterate on the same fucking thing because it needs to be said. I don't have any web services. I don't have any user account to make sure that, have everything working. I don't have 10,000s of users, you know. Um, so it makes sense that my sides is stable and has like 1 crashes here and there, but still, goddamn, 250 a day. Holy shit! Holy shit! That's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah, you also have like 20,000 active users. My current state on let's go into the overview because it makes sense and check the first time downloads. Into lifetime, Perfume has reached the 1,000 users. So that's it. Um, and Can is reaching the 4,000 users. Um, but like, no, I mean, 3,000 is basically where we are. So yeah, you know, um, there was this spike where 300 people just joined in one day, and I I don't know what I did, but I did something, but I don't know what I did. That's just all right. So yeah, that we don't have as many users, and therefore we don't have as many crashes potential. So it makes sense. I do love this though. The fact that 73 people re-downloaded the app, like basically uninstalled it and re-downloaded it, that's a nice thing. Um, and then I love the fact that my current conversion rate is 25%. This is crazy. When you think about conversion rates in other platforms, like this one is 11%, and on the entire thing, we are at like 16%, which is fine, but not great. When it comes to this one, like it's 14% in total, but we are like higher now than we used to be. So that's a great news. That's a great news. So I like it. I need to work on this thing, but I can't. I don't have tokens. I don't have tokens. Um, the stream titles for today, Kane, is I have a client that said that I could stream what we're working on together, but I'm not allowed to disclose what the product is, what it does, the technical sides, and so on. And therefore, because I know myself, if I go into that file and I start talking about it, I'm going to disclose things that they don't want me to disclose. So I could talk about the logos and the thing that I'm working on for them, but I can't do that. So yeah, that's the reason. That is the reason. Phils, welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. I don't know why I didn't have the notification in my ears, but apparently. Not the resub, the 25. That's the reason. The 25 streams in a row. My bad. My bad. That's why it's not the thing. Um it was a watch streak indeed. But welcome back. And yes, Turkey, my average session, if I do think we have uh I don't I think we do have something, either it's in the retention or it's in other metrics I forgot. Yeah, session, and is it session or session times? I forgot, but there is something that, no, we don't have the value or the data on that. I do know, however, that we just have like a no, it's not retention. Retention is across the days, not session per use. I don't think this is something that I track. But yeah, it's like for Can, the average session is probably gonna be along the line of 3 to 5 minutes, I guess. On Perfume, I would say my sessions are probably in the 2 minutes range. Nothing else. So yeah. The only thing that I can show you, Kane, which is untrue, is this. And this has changed. This is not the right thing anymore. Like, we have changed that M thing, but that's one of the things that I can showcase. Other than that, I cannot. I cannot. I want to go. No, there's so much things. Stony, you said something and I didn't read that. You said, once the beta server is ready, I will get an influx of Android users. I have the benefits of being from mobile betting, mobile and TV. So I should get a lot of TV installs. I have two TVs, so someone like me usually counts for 3 installs. Yeah, that's good. That is true. That is true. Yeah. I have something for you though, Kane, which is right about here. This popped in my feed and I was like, oh, that seems something I need to keep. So they have an interesting thing where they are creating like an attachment for their sticky notes. And I think this is something that you could potentially just, stick in. And then the way that they have this thing, which is more like a calendar situation where they put task on date, is an interesting system. Um, but yeah, I thought like maybe this would be something that you are interested in. I don't know, check it out. And it's just like sticky notes, so obviously it's not that interesting or important. But yeah, like that was something else. And then this one is, we talked about it earlier today, but you were not here yet. And this is just like similar type of interface with the displaying of the elements at a non-straight thing. I feel like this kind of works as well. And for you to get the texture and the feel that the sticky notes are realistic, the type of shadow that you need to have is a very strong and sharp shadow across the floor. So that's um, that's a thing. I would say the best option for you to market is talk about it on Twitter and Threads and other platforms that you have access to. And the best option to monetize is to not monetize 90% of the features and have like one features that is monetized, or go full in. This is a paid thing, and you have a free trial of like 7 days or something. But yeah, like that's the only options for you specifically. I feel like if you wanted to have presets, that could be a monetized feature, aka that you are about to do a workshop for design thinking or something, like something like that, and that has a preset in your timers, in your things, with all the steps, and that would be in the paid tier, so you can have like access to templates, which provides with zones in which people need to place the sticky notes and so on. But that's about it. Like you don't have like a lot more options. So for the sticky note, for the CMS, it's just a matter of having the storage. So CMS takes some space, and it's just you can have up to, I don't know, 100 records, like 100 articles within it, with 2 schemas potentially. And then if you pay, you have access to 5 schema and 500 articles. And if you pay more, then you have like unlimited schemas and unlimited articles, because most people are not going to go through 10,000 articles anyways. So that's an option. I'm looking for a CMS section right now that can handle 200,000 entries in a way that is that digestible for me, which is not the easiest thing to do. And I've been struggling with that for the past year, apparently. Not been a year, but it feels like a year. But yeah. That's the thing. But the best, even though kind of weird, but the best thing is still creating YouTube videos and TikTok videos about the thing that you're trying to create right now, and just say, I've been building this thing. Here is where we are. Here is what I've done. Here is the direction in which I'm going. That's the reasoning for that. and just basically talk about the project as much as you can. Haha. uh, to, get people to be aware of this. Also, Stony, these toast are kind of wild toast to disappear like this and to be glassed as well. Nonetheless, this is cool. This is cool. Anything else that you've worked on, Stony, that I'm like, I haven't seen yet? And I should see. I should take a look because, ah, design-wise, what do you mean you already asked about that? As if I read your messages. What the fuck do you mean? You said the encoded profile is a complete shit show. I see. I'm not gonna check that then. Encoding a story is a bit much, and hardware also needs some love. I see. So profile, history, and hardware. Yeah. Goddamn. You are a power user. You are a power user. Alright. It makes sense. It makes sense for power users. I'm not gonna lie. This thing at the top makes kind of sense. I will blame you. You are the one that said yes to this. Why is it disconnecting me every fucking time? I'm turning Italian. It's not good. So, this is okay. Not the best option for accessibility, but it is okay. I have a feeling that it's going to be better in light mode if the background was, white, for readability sake, but overall, fine. This is the part that is kind of undefendable. Sorry. So the fact that you have the title and the title makes absolutely no sense. So pick one and choose one and keep one. So I would say get rid of this. Get rid of the image. The text in the image makes absolutely no sense. The thing that you could have is potentially just cards with the content and an icon for, is it built in or is it a custom one, which I'm guessing that's a custom one. So that's a thing. The option to turn this into a list, yes, specifically a table, I think would be a better option because you would have the quality column. I mean, basically everything that you have within the setup in one of the column is just like HCVC is checked in and 10-bit is checked in and whatever HLS is checked in and you get that. So that's a potential option. So that's something. And then these two buttons would be at the end of the row, either in a plus menu or something else, and I would still have like a built-in icon in front instead of somewhere else. So yeah, that's the layout that I would probably go for. Goddamn. Let me just go in for the sake of checking it. It's still the same thing as last time. You still have these. That's not the right color. Still have these things, which is fine. And now let's go into the story. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. I would say there is some simplification that can happen. Um, so the question here, as always, is what makes sense and what does the user care about when it comes to this thing? So you have a good starting point with the name of what has been encoded, the profile that has been used. Technically, the profile that has been used include the encoder, I think. Um, but if that's not the case, then the encoder makes sense. The duration is a debatable point. The input size being at 0 every time means that either you have something that you don't track properly and therefore it doesn't make any sense. Same thing for the ratio. But if it's not a bug and it's something that you think would be useful, why not, keep it? Um, the the speed and the FPS, I don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense for anyone if you have the duration. Like, it's the thing. Moss, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How was your weekend? Usual questions. Also, that message is a bit of a I-buy situation, apparently. And then the last point is the date. Do I care? Not really. Not really. Marcy, hi, what's going? How is you? You got elected to the city council. Congrats, if that's something that you wanted to do. But yeah, if it's not, I'm sorry. So yeah, I would focus on what makes sense, and based on the fact that the app is mostly a power user app, it makes a lot of sense to use tables. So that's the thing. And that's a question for you, is this some sort of a logbook kind of thing? Meaning that the delete is just deleting the log of what happened on this encoding session. I appreciate it. The main thing that I'm seeing here is I would make this table be like more flexible than what it is. Like the fact that you have the scrollability here because it's too small, but then here I don't, because I have enough space to showcase everything, even though these things on 3 lines and 2 lines there. So I would, make sure that this thing is always like a full line, just to make sure make things make sense. And then what makes sense and what is like useful here is going to be the name of the TV show or movie or things, which is a lot more complex, to figure out. So yeah, the date for me is something that can go at the end. I don't really care of when that happened. It's probably like one of the latest that happened here. So I would have input first, profile second, duration, and input output so that you can see how much you gained, which is probably your ratio of conversion encoding. And then the speed is thing that I wouldn't really care about, to be honest. Like, I think this is mostly for you as a very much power user that just want to know, is my thing efficient or not efficient? Um, but you would be able to know that by the input output section. So, you know, like that's the thing that I don't know. So it is for tracking what has been done and why. It should get a details button with the complete logs for reduction made. This, this, decision, decision made by the encoder. And so I don't care, but if you have a cluster of encoding workers, then you do. I don't know which one you're talking about, if it's the date or if it's something else. Nonetheless, it's the same thing for me. Speed and FPS don't really make a lot of sense for me, which I guess is what you're referencing. Other than that, that's the thing. Yeah, other than that, I don't see any issues with all of that. I feel like this is pretty good. You have 4 pages with 174, 77 encoding in total, which is fine. So yeah, but that's not here. Like, I don't have the file source in there. I don't think so. Well, that's one way to do it. Nonetheless, that would be the thing. I would probably have file encoded, space saved, time taken. That's about it for me. And then everything else is additional things that is for you and power users. The thing is, I'm putting myself into the shoes of someone that would do this. In a very different way than most people, I would say. I would say I download No Mercy server. I put it on a server for myself. I define the encoding profiles that I want to have, and then I would use the history twice in order to check what is happening. And then that's it. I would never see that page again in my life. The reason behind this is simple. It's just I put in place some encoding profiles. I checked what is using what, and if I'm using like a new encoding profile at some point, I'm going to check the history again when I'm going like when I'm running this new profile to check that everything is good. But I'm going to check that once and then move the fuck on. So that for me, again, not power users, is probably the situation. But yeah, other than that, this seems pretty good. This seems pretty okay. It makes sense. I wish we had like another profile to showcase and to, to see and sort of for something was happening in the middle, but that's also most likely what will happen, where you are adding like a new seasons of an anime. It has 24 episodes, therefore your 24 episodes are coming in and getting encoded, and then you add a movie and it's just like one time thing, and then you add a new TV show and it therefore is going to use the TV show profile and not the anime profile, and you like it's probably gonna be stacked for the same thing. But yeah, other than that, I think this is pretty good. This is working. It does the job. And then the only thing that I would change is the things at the end. I would say button icons, like button only icons at the end that just have one with the trash can, one with the circle I for information. And if you click on it, you have the details. And so on. Right now, this is gonna delete things, so I don't want that. I don't want that. But yeah, that's fine. However, this is what needs a lot more work per se. I mean, a table works. I think a table would be probably the best option, the easiest option to put in place, because it's just like, what's the title, what's the settings of said thing. As a table view, you have the entire thing and you can compare. You would need, however, this. Bitch load. Thank you. I forgot which page it's on. I did. I think it's this one. It's not. I could go in the main page though. That's also an option. You would need this behavior. You would need this behavior. From my point of view, I think you should have your what file got like encoded, right? And then have all of the data on the side. What is the encoder title? And then get the data on the side. So that's the thing that I would do. This one is not. I mean, you can have both, which I think I do somewhere, but yeah. And then that behavior, going back to your cluster of encoding things, this is a thing that I would do with cluster A, cluster B, cluster C as dedicated subtables. But yeah, and at the top, your settings there, like all that. Goddamn. But yeah, no. Other than that, this is pretty good. This works. It does the job. It showcases all of the information that you like and care about. So nothing to complain about. I mean, there is always things to complain about, but like, it's pretty okay. But yeah, Cat, hi, welcome in. Maybe you started late. I started late. No. Other than that, I don't think you have another option for you to get that in a way that just makes sense. So Yeah, that's the system. That is the system. In terms of the table. So, goddamn, that's a link. We click on that. You just got the Discord notification late. I see. I see. Yeah, I hate this guy. I hate that guy. I can't stand that account. He's just stealing everything. Like lately, he's been adding the by who without tagging the person. And it pisses me off so much. So none of the content that he shares, or I guess, I don't know, they share, is theirs. Anyways, this is the glass effect thing. So this is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the rendering that is wrong. So if I go there, because now we can mess with stories. If I do this, and let's make this the glass effect, and this is way too big, so let's just make it better. If you look closely, based on the angle of the lights and things, you will technically it's here for you. It will look like something is all over the place because of that section being like bigger and that section being less big. And if you do that on top of a light gray or something, it looks like shit is all over the place. So that is basically the reason, and it's not great, and we can't really do shit about it. But yeah, that's probably the reason why you are seeing this, and you're like, I don't know, it feels weird, which is true. But you basically have this, and if you look at it as it is, it kind of feels like there is more space here than there is here because of the light stuff. Plaza, hi, welcome in. I appreciate it. I appreciate. I hope you're good. I hope everything works with the project that you're working on. The brain thingy. But yeah, no, I understand. It's also probably a mistake in terms of alignments. For this reason, they probably have less corner radius right there in order to get their kind of accentuated corner smoothing thing. And because you want this thing to be like proper, it probably ended up somewhere around here because the corner smoothing needs to be visible. And with that glass effect on top of shit, you end up with even more issues with the rendition. So, yeah. Also, they have this thing that is like kind of gray. So, it's not great. But yeah, that it looks like this, at least. Like that's the feeling that we have because of everything. So it's bad, but it's fine. Um, I've been working in Figma since 2018 ish, 2019, 2018, 2019. So a bit less than 10 years. And Figma has been existing since 2013, but became popular-ish in 2016. So that's a thing. One of the stuff that I remind everyone every time is when I started working in Figma the first time, we didn't have auto layout just yet. We didn't have plugins. We didn't have dev mode. We didn't have anything. Like there was basically 5 to 6 features in total, and that's it. And so after that, I only needed to learn like one more feature on top of things, and it makes it very easy when you have like the entirety of the foundation understood, um, compared to new people that needs to, figure it out on day one. So, mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Design like Resend. How do they make these animated icons that look so clean? And the same for inbox. When you say animated icons, do you mean this or do you mean that? That is just an offset, if that's the one that you're talking about. If it's somewhere else, like here, there is no animation. I don't see animation of that. If you mean talk about that, this is like 3JS or 3D rendering. Same thing. This might be like an SVG animation, and this is a pretty simple highlight in the background. And then there is no thing that I would say animated icon. So I'm guessing you're talking about this. And this would probably be done either through video recording of like a Blender scene or something. It is simple. Or this is a spline issue. So spline is one of the current best, easiest to implement system if you are trying to implement like 3D rendering to your landing page, and you can just create something that will react to whatever. Apparently, Resend is using spline, so I'm right. I'm right. So it's basically like a very simple environment in 3D that lets you create stuff. If you don't have the skills and you don't want to build the skills and or create all of these things, you can use a system or a library from UI8 that has 3D assets right here, and they would have things that would potentially match with what we're trying to achieve, and then just use that. Maybe you like money and you just want like shit like this, and you can just download the object files in 3D and then load them through Spline and then play with that. So Spline is a great resource. UI8 is a great resource as well. You have a ton of other platforms that are providing really good 3D assets. And like that's the thing. And then you're right. I forget about my own website. These are made in Spline with one of the simplest of the Spline activities, where it's just a system that says look at. So every single of these calls shape is going to look at my cursor wherever I place it. So that is that's the thing. And it took me like probably 3 hours. It took me 4 hours to do the entire website, and it took me 3 hours out of the 4 to get this shit to work. Because at that time I didn't know. um so yeah, also I need to change this because this is late now. So yeah, that's the thing. Spline is the best option. UI8 is one of the best library resource bank that I know of. The prices per item might be a bit expensive at times, and therefore getting like an all access is sometimes easier if you know that you have like, you have 4 of them to download. As long as, let's say you have like 4 of them and they are all 20, 30 bucks, it's going to cost you more than 1 month of the whole access. So I would go there. Other than that, that's the thing. So that's the easiest version, and then you implement them through Spline. And even if you don't want to buy the assets, the community already has like a ton of things. So in the resources, you will have some things. If I remember correctly, you need to be logged in. Let me just log in so that I can show you. But yeah, in the discover section, you will have all the things that already exist that people have made. And maybe you just like it. Maybe you think that this is good. Maybe you think that, that's a nice rendering, a nice presentation, nice thing to add to your own portfolio or website or something. And you may have access to these things. I just, obviously, right now, they piss me off. We used to have like access to all of that for free, and now, fuck off. I guess. It's crazy. Let me go into the community because the community is pretty good. I think. Yeah. Okay, cool. So from the community, you have the editable things, and you will be able, if my streams allows it, the stream is probably going to die because this thing is kind of heavy for running it at the same time. Like right now, it's kind of wild. So this thing is a spline made animation thingy, and it's one of these things that you can just simply have and add to your website by remixing it. This one has been remixed 4,000 times, so I don't know exactly what they are creating, but like, yeah, that's an impressive intro thing. It has the follow through for your cursor and so on. Like that's the it's fun. Anyways, so that's in the community tab within Spline, and you have all the thing. I didn't know that they have like liquid now, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, you can create whatever the fuck you want. And then they have Hannah, which is one of their new product, and they have Homa, which is one of their new AI product. And within Hannah, you have basically something that is 2D, so you can think of it as Figma, kinda. But it has all of the interactivity that Spline gives. So all of the effector, all of the event listener that they have built in, you can just reuse that within it. And you also have obviously all of the things that are like 3D based, so layer based and so on, is implementable within Hannah. So that's a cool thing. It's nice. It works well. We like it. However, However, the pricing plans in order to get the thing without the watermark and without the thing that you want to avoid to be seen is a bit of a pain in the ass, and it's a bit expensive for what it is, but it is the easiest way to implement like some of these 3D things. Um, so that's the thing that I would say for Resend specifically, and then for Inbox, you said 3D animation for. I'm guessing that this is probably like this is just coded content. Um, Probably. Yeah. Yeah, this is just coded content. For sure. They don't have a lot though. I'm pretty. Yeah. Mm, mm. Not the best. I feel like fourth kid? No. Yes. Maybe. Things like this are gonna be more on your interactive environment thing where everything is basically kind of semi-interactive. You have some animations there that are like SVG animated and or coded animated, so you can interact with them, see some actions, see some things. Like this section is kind of wild to me, where you can say, "Oh, you know what? Let me just change the design, change the logo. I want this thing to be fully rounded. I want to change the colors. I want to change the font. I want this thing to be like system or light mode or whatever." All of that is pretty simple to put in place because it's just code, but it's just recoding the entire interface in the landing page. So that's some of the thing that they do. And then you have like all of these things where you have some interactivity when you are hovering, some of that. So all of that is same thing. Like it's just coded content and SVG animated. But I agree with you. Back in the day when I started, aka when I touched an HTML5 for the first time in 2000 something, probably 2006, we didn't have all that. We did not. We did not have all that at all. At all. But same shit like this one, for example, which I like a lot. This one is just a pixel tracking for your mouse, and this is probably something that's going to be either through Unicorn Studio or shader.devs or shader GPT. Like all of these things are very nowadays they are extremely impressive but very simple to put in place, and that's the most important part. I feel like if you're just looking for shader, then shaders.com is one of these things where you have like shaders that you can implement, and it's just reactive to your cursor. You have so many options, so many things that you can do and create, and it costs money to have, but it's not like that much. She's appreciated as always. And then the other one that I talked about is Unicorn Studio, which is basically the same thing with a lot more time in the market, I guess. They've been on for a longer period of time from my point of view. Like I've seen them from longer. And these things are just like they're just fun, you know. It's simple. This one was really cool though. Very simple to put in place. Same thing like that makes no fucking sense. again, one of the reason why I'm bitter about most of these platforms is that I get in and I join them when they just start. So most of the time I discover the platforms when they are like 3 days old, roughly. And so in the beginning, everything is free, everything is accessible, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. And then you don't use them because they are not as good as they could be. And then someone reminds you about them, so you check them out again, and it's you test things, and still free for you because you are from like the beginning and so on. And then now I need to pay in order to do the thing that I used to do 6 months ago, and that pissed me off. But I get it. Like they need to make money in a way, so it's understandable. But goddamn, it used to be free for me, obviously. Um, no, no, that's done um in Unicode Studio directly. So basically, in there, you have the ability to create whatever you want. To be honest, and let me show you. And so you have a system like that's one of my files. This is probably also going to break the stream, which is reacting to my cursor positioning right there. So I have my text that is right here, and I can define if I want the text to have like a different opacity, different type of text per se. Maybe I want this to be centered. Maybe I want to have some rotation, some other activities, and so on. I don't know why I did that. But you have like all of the controls within Unicorn Studio that you can just play with and interact with. So maybe the aura system, like I don't want it to be animated. I want this thing to be like very classic, but the aura is fine. Maybe it needs to be a bit bigger. Maybe it needs to be a bit more in the center compared to what it currently is at. And then the fog is not a necessity thing, so I can just remove that, edit it, change the content, and so on. All of that is done right here, and it's just through the system. You know. So that's what it is. Unicorn Studio, shaders.com, and so on are platforms that allow you to get like shader effects on your websites, and they are pretty good. But there is like so many right now. Everyone is trying to use shaders for everything. If you have heard of Paper, Jan, welcome back. If you have heard of Paper, they have like one shader and a half. If you've heard of Figma, they have acquired a company that does shaders, and they haven't really implemented it in Figma itself, but they will at some point for sure, I guess, I hope, maybe. And yeah, Shaded GPT is another one that was interesting. It's a bit of a Chat GPT based shader system. So you have like the ability to just ask for things. You have some pre-existent shaders that are already made, and shaders are basically just math most of the times, and not really. This is complicated. A shader is basically a computation that is done on a pixel level compared to on a whole content level. So it's just like doing some calculation pixel by pixel instead of global animation. But yeah, it's neat. It's neat. It's fun. We like it. I don't think Paper would be acquired by Figma. Mainly because if they did, this would become some sort of a anti-competition scheme thingy. I forgot the name. There is a law in the US specifically because both of these are US based companies um, that prohibit some companies, big companies, to become a monopoly in the market. And if Figma were to acquire paper at some point, it would simply be a monopoly scheme in trying to move people that are using paper into Figma. The same thing that Adobe tried to do with acquiring Figma in 2022 and then didn't go through. But yeah, like that's the only thing. So I don't think paper. I mean, I'm gonna bitch on them because I love bitching on this fucking company. I hate them with everything in my being. Um, I think this entire thing is shit, and I think the implementation of stuff has been the worst compared to all of the other companies in the market. So, other than that, uh, yeah, it's the least intuitive experience that we have, and the only thing that makes them or made them stand apart or stand out from the rest is their integration with AI agent in the first place. But that was not um like that was not a thing um to be proud of. Like basically this thing is so easy and it was already in place in other platforms that it makes no sense to me. So anyways, I'm not gonna linger in here. I don't get is why people use Electron over Tori. Electron has been here for longer. That's the reason. The same way that right now there are probably, I mean, not really, but like when React and React Native came out, the adoption wasn't as big because there is fear that the language is not as good, that the framework is not as good as the thing that people are already using. And so when you compare Electron and Tauri, I don't know how you pronounce it, Electron has been there for longer and people are comfortable and used to working with Electron code bases. So it is like easier for some people that have the skills to be able to be like, well, I know how Electron works and I know how to work with it. Tori is new. It looks shiny, it looks good, but I fear I don't know how it works. And with that in mind, a lot of people are just like, well, we're gonna remain on Electron because it just makes sense. Um, so that's usually the reasoning for that. And then um, the other points that Stony and Yan are pointing out is also true, which is things that I don't really know about. So, yeah. But yeah, like that's kind of shit. Um, and then again, they had like an app, which they had a web version for at some point, and then the web version kind of crashed or didn't crash or didn't sustain itself. Um, and I'm really just unsure. The main thing that I hate about paper um, is this makes no sense. This makes no sense. Selecting things looks like Figma, but is not as good as Figma. Everything is cramped into the top. And then you don't have shit. Like, it's a crazy system that just doesn't really work. And like their system is not meant for you to understand. Like you want this thing to have the effect in question, but it just doesn't want to be there. Anyways. So, like the whole thing is shaders, and you can't add a shaders to a shape. Like you have a shader that is there, but you can't really add it to the shape in question. It makes no fucking sense. So, eh, beef. Beef with them when on the other end you have Pencil, which is the same thing and has this magnificent pricing that I love. It's again, I come in the tools. That's kinky. I enter the tools when they are in beta testing, when they are in the beginning of their career, and things are just like free. So I'm expecting things to remain as free as they are, and then they don't. um, I don't know, and basically also this is a thing that we haven't talked about, because we didn't need to. This is something that is supposed to arrive in about now. They have an event tomorrow at 12 that is telling us that we will have the ability to get the agents within Figma. So the thing that we can do inside of Pencil is apparently something that will be announced tomorrow. But I don't know if it's going to be good, and based on the tweet that I liked specifically, we want this to be like outside. I'm not streaming tomorrow. No, I have meetings. I have meetings. Can you believe that? I have a meeting. But yeah, Steve is right. Basically, if it's something that is paywalled and only working within the Figma ecosystem, then it's gonna piss me off and it's not gonna be good. Based on the latest activities from Figma, I have a feeling that this is gonna be okay because they have like a bit of a partnership with Anthropic that lets them work from the Cloud Code CLI to Figma directly, and I feel like it's going to be the same. So we'll see, but we don't know. We'll know tomorrow. We'll know tomorrow. But yeah, that's the. And the other thing, which again, you don't know, I did. Ardot is a new app that we haven't heard of, that you can't know. You don't have the ability to know what this is. I love their curses. But it is a Figma duplicate by Tencent that you can only achieve and reach if you have a Chinese account. So you can't. I can. Unless you have a Chinese QQ account. The issue that I have is that it doesn't run on my Mac. So I can't really log in, which is really sad. But it has integrated AI assistants and other things in here that looks to be pretty good and pretty well made. Based on what we see here, it's using DeepSeek. The fact that Tencent and DeepSeek have a partnership makes a lot of sense. And it looks very good. It has the interface that I put everywhere. So the main Canva is the main frame that is like an enclosed element, and then everything on the side is going to be resizing the view. That is pretty cool. It is obviously a copy paste of Figma. Most of the things that we see in here are exactly the same with the 10-cent coat of paint on top. But there is like a ton of things in there that looks pretty promising and good from the get-go. This is something that just came out like 2 days ago. So yeah, and then again, the design styles, the direction that they are going with is very much aligned with what we currently are going for in design. So that makes me happy. But yeah, this is an interesting thing. Windows is not there yet, and you know, the Mac version is there, so it's cool. But you need to be able to read Chinese because they don't have like a version that is in English. Not yet. So yeah. For later. For later, there is so many things. So yeah, that's what I've been going back to the discussion that started this. Most of it is shaders, most of it is WebGL and 3JS and all of these things that are handling 3D that lets you have access to things that are very much more interesting than what we currently have. So that's the thing. I think I saved one, and then I'm gonna go in my DMs to check what you have sent me. But things like this, for example, is probably something that has been made either in Blender or with an AI model that just take an SVG and create like a 3D rendering model from there. And a lot of people are just doing that because it makes sense. Like that person, the one that I was looking for. Also, this is probably going to break the stream. Brace. This is a very interesting, interactive polygon activity. Like it's a very smooth, very nice experience, and you have the controls on the top. You can play with it. You can rotate shit. You can have access to the light in the background. Zoom in, zoom out, whatever. And so you can, if you want to create like a bit of an immersive, as if you were underwater type of situation, by simply zooming in. All of that is 3JS shaders and WebGL. And that's really cool. That is really cool. Anyways. What you sent me? You sent me... Is it the same file as last time? Is it the same thing that we have access to already, Denny? I can go there directly through. Directly through.
Burning.
It's the same? Cool. Let me go directly through. Because it's gonna be easier for me. Faster every time. So yeah, that makes sense. That works. Subtle grid in the background. Congrats. Unsure about that, but I get it. Mainly because I fear the this section. It's the same thing as last time. I'm unsure. And then this is cool. I don't know why you removed your signature. Your signature was fun. I feel like instrument is gonna be way more DM'd AI based than anything else. This is fun. That's it. You wanted some grass? You just wanted some grass, some mountain, some grass, some things. Um yeah, this is not gonna work either. This is not gonna work either. I get that. I mean, it goes back to your Rolex experiment thing that we talked about last week. So it makes sense. What I'm not sure about is the structure of it. As in, is this enough to make me understand what it is? And am I, as a user, going to expect that by simply scrolling, I'm gonna get to the next thing, but I can fast forward by just clicking on the last one directly and then just move on to the next section, like at the bottom. I have a feeling that this will feel like it's a section that I can skip based on the design itself, compared to the Rolex thing having a full screen image overlay thing that obviously will scroll through. Then that's the, yeah, that's the thing. Stony, this is not good for security again. It's probably, I'm gonna it's probably because your thumbnails suck. That's probably the reason. The fact that it feels empty. So if you find a way to create the illustration, the presentation that makes sense, that is filled enough that people will be like, that's not empty, then yeah. So as you said, mockups and things. When I'm thinking about your um ah when I'm thinking about your case study, um, right here, like this might not feel empty. This might be good enough for what you're trying to achieve. And it's not much, specifically when we go at the bottom for your screenshots and this. Like if you have that, this one is a bit of a corny one, but I get it. Um, then, you know, it might make the thing a bit more interesting. Again, that is good. Add some backgrounds. There are things, and some people have been talking about that and showcasing them on Twitter. Um, Things like that. All of these are AI generated backgrounds that, some of them are very abstract, in which case I don't mind using them. Some of them are very realistic. That being AI generated makes absolutely no fucking sense. You have pictures of that in photo banks all the time, but you don't have this, you know? Like you don't get that, you don't get these things, you don't get that either. So having shit like this as a background for the image mockups thing that you have, instead of being like pure black, is, going to be like a common practice for 2026. And you've seen a ton of these, by the way. Specifically the one with nothing in there, but just the flowers in front and a hill in the background and so on. Like this one is one that is very common, and that first front row of flowers is animated. That you probably have seen that website. But yeah, same thing. Like all of that is things that exist, and if you wanted the green effect, that's probably what you would have at the bottom of your footer, with moss. But yeah, like that's the type of shit that you could have in your background just to experiment and see if it makes the thing more interesting. Again, I would focus more on things that are like abstract E and not necessarily like realistic, just because it's easier. And this looks like shit. But like that's the type of thing that you can do. And I would highly recommend you do that just so that you have something in the background to change, something that in the background that is like more interesting and so on. But also, counter argument on this one, it will look cheap. What I just showcased is very much a way for you to ensure that the thing that is presented is standing out. But if I remove the content that you have added, the background will stand out on its own. And therefore, your thing is shit in the eyes of the viewer. So, you know. So that's the thing. Other than that, the rest is pretty cool. I don't know about this. I feel like your previous footer was a bit better from my point of view. I like this with the text in the background, but it's not like as good as I think you could go for. I love this, but I said that many times already. Like that background is enough to be showcased and displayed and good. This is fun, but it's not great, but it's fun. And then interesting thing right there. And then the sacred geometry, the background is pretty fun. This is a nice touch that, we haven't seen in a long time, but it's been there. Don't overdo it, which right now it's good. Right now you have things that are pretty well placed and so on. Just make sure the shit is aligned with it. So that implies making changes to your layout so that you have the correct thing. So for example, let me just do that right here. Right now, what that means to me is this needs to be like higher. I have that amount of space here. I need that amount of space at the bottom. So I need to basically jump that up so that we end up with the section being properly aligned within the grid. And then with that, it means that I have the same amount of space there, and everything else is aligned and good and so on. You still have the alignment right there, which is good. That's what you wanted. And the side things is fine. In order for this to work in the long run, you need to also ensure that when goddamn thing in the long run, if this thing is a mobile layout, everything is still working, meaning that the grid is still matching the thing. That you would probably make that a bit slimmer overall. So you want these things to be like still aligned properly, and that the center of the circle, the center of all of your lines is the same thing. So all of that is to take into consideration when you're trying to build this thing. But yeah, that's the most important part. But yeah, I would 100% just make sure that you have like the correct amount of things. And if that's not the case, if you want it to be more of a from the first one that is selected, you want to have like somewhere along the line of 17, 16 on each side, then you need to do that, which will mean that that line is going to be based on what you currently have, aligned with your second option underneath. But yeah, that's a alignment thing. You'll figure it out. It's not that complicated, but it's just like placement and shit. Other than that, why is this? Why is your frame not the thing that I'm selecting when I'm here? This makes no fucking sense. Like, I'm hovering this in order to get to my center content. That makes no fucking sense. It's crazy. It is crazy. Stony, what did you say? Close finally realizing that it will never be capable of manually changing 100 translation files, so it decided to make a script. Congrats. For translation, by the way, related, derail from myself. For translation, what I did was run Olama on my device with the 1,000 lines of text that were in the app and let it run through everything, and then made sure that the translation were good and not breaking. So you could do that. You could do that specifically now. That is an easy thing. And also, Denny, since you were here in the beginning, but taste is the current taste of designers, meaning like your moss greenery thing at the bottom is basically that, and that font at the bottom is basically that. So if you want to avoid being categorized as one of these things, yeah. It's the thing. Like everyone's doing the exact same layouts things. So avoid these fonts. Avoid them. Other than that, that's fine. Everything is working. Everything is working. I don't think I have anything else for you specifically, Danny, that is making sense. We have seen like some portfolio. I think I saved some portfolio. But yeah, dang. That one portfolio is a bit of an interesting new one. It's the same thing as Lapa and the others, but you may be finding more designer related content in there and designer curated content in there. So, I don't think what you are, and I'm sorry about that. I don't think what you're currently going with is a portfolio that feels interactive. I think it's just a portfolio. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that in a way that is the current state of portfolios that feels interactive is fuck off. Is that kind of thing where you have like a ton of shit in there, or do we have it? Did I save it here? Obviously, I didn't. Got it. We talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I think I have it in my likes somewhere. Not even. It's right there. We clicked on it from here, if I remember correctly. Yep. Dang. That's the interactive portfolio of 2026. Like that's every designer and their mom is currently building one of these that lets the user just experiment shit and play with whatever the fuck they want, wherever they want. And that's the situation. That's what happening. Is it good? I don't know. But that's the interactive thing. If you look at the other one that I saved, which I haven't shared because it's okay. It is a bit of a smidge of a direction. It's not a full direction just yet, but it is a smidge of a direction that a lot of people are currently trying to recreate, and that person did a pretty good job. I wish I just saved the fucking thing. It would have made so much more sense. So much more sense. Is the addition of a layer of hand-drawn section. So basically, the whole portfolio has a duality with the the system thing, which is binary, and the people thing that is handwritten and so on. So that is kind of the direction a lot of people are going, which is basically showing, oh, I'm a designer, I can do cute looking things, but I'm also someone that ships, and therefore you have like the system / coding things in there. So that's a system. But yeah, if you want to say tactile, yes. I guess Marco is the reference for the sound and the things. Tactile in terms of haptics is going to be a bit more complex, but not infeasible. But yeah, everything has sound. Every clicks, everything has some sound, and it's crazy and it's good and we like it. You know, it's fun. Stop being there. So yeah, right now everyone and their mom is going with a portfolio that is like one of these things where everything is just like a whiteboard, and you can navigate it if you want to, like shit like this, and it's fine, but it's not exactly what you are going for. Like this is a cool overall concept, but it's not necessarily good. Anyways, I think I have an answer for you regarding the overwhelming amount of thing that you need to do. Build the thing and ship something, whatever it is. Like again, the most important part of your website is that your website is accessible and that the content that is in there is good enough. And I understand that you are in the same, that's not the thing that I wanted to do. You are in the same situation that Ilya is on, meaning that every single month we have a new preview of what his portfolio would be, and then we have never seen said portfolio. This has never seen the light of day. I mean, I've seen it because he sent me a DM with the link to the portfolio. But we haven't, it's not there, it's nowhere else. And we hear about it every 3 months, or technically every month at this point. And we don't have anything. All we know is that we have things in the media tab that are talked about from time to time, but most of these things is not like his content. And all you need to do is have the website live with the content that you want to have. So I would highly recommend you to just build the thing, which you have. I do think that your V2 initial draft thing that you had is pretty good, or was pretty good when it came out. And then your last version of, I guess not V3, because that was like not exactly the same thing, but kinda, just build that. And then once you have this, I'm gonna use mine as a reference. I build this thing, I build the grid, and then roughly a year later, I think, I added this section because I said, you know what, let's have my resume slash experience on my website as well. I just put that in. And then I went back in and I said, you know what, maybe that section's to have like a better design. So I changed the design for this thing. And then I said, you know what, maybe that section for this one needs to have like a better design. So I changed the design for this thing as well and made sure that we have like more content, less content, some sublines, some explanations here and there. But that's about it. And this happened over the course of like a year and a half, 2 years roughly. And right now, I'm not happy with any of it. So that means that it's going to be time for me to just rework the entire thing. And I don't have any clue what. I'm probably gonna have an idea in about 3 weeks to 6 months from now. Spin something out in about 3 to 4 hours again, and then forget about it. So, like, at some point, you just need to publish the thing and have it somewhere where you can just look at it and say, I hate this, let me change it. I like this, let me keep it. I like this, let me keep it. I like this, but it could be better if. And you just like evolve it. But you need to have something because right now you are stuck here. And stuck here is not good. It's not bad, but it's not good. You need the thing to be live so that people can at least see what you are built with. And I feel like the most important thing right now is not the front page, it's the detail page for the case study. So the thing that Grizz shared earlier, which I'm not going to find it, is it's live. It's there. We can see how it behaves. We can see how it interacts. We have the haptic feedbacks on the phone, and things are in here. We talked about it last week. We took a look at the Figma file, and now there are other things that, you know, can be improved upon, but at least the thing is there. And then things are going to be implemented and updated and changed and tweaked and, you know, all that. But it's here. And you have like a better understanding of, is it, going back to what you said, is it tactile enough for you when you are taking a look at these things. Is it good enough? Do I have all of the information that I want? Do these dividers thingy make sense, or are they more for distraction? Do I need this thing to be like a bit of a different system, a different preview, different thing? All of that is answered once you have the thing and not inside of the Figma file itself. You can insert that within the Figma file, but then you will have the same amount of delay to release it. So I would have stopped a long time ago. And then the other thing is the comparison with the others. Good. That is good. Stoney, that is good. So if I go into something like, I don't think I have something that is portfolio based, but I guess graphics is going to be the best option, right? Let's say I'm looking to build a new portfolio, and my feed of what I'm looking at every day looks like this. I'm going to attempt to build something from a portfolio that looks similar to this because it's what I'm seeing on a daily basis. If it somehow looks like this, I'm gonna give up because I don't have the skills, or I'm gonna see this and say I can implement some of the tweaks, some of the things from here, like the lightnings, the things around it could work, but I don't have like the skills to go through that design style for everything. So I'm probably not gonna implement anything that looks like this. And that's basically what I would do. And so if I was you right now and I'm like, you know what, let me implement something that feels like me. Maybe going with the Mercury OS vibe that Jason created like 3, 4, I feel like 5 years ago now. And that's the vibe that I want to have, then maybe that's the thing that I will do because it feels more at home. It feels more aligned with what I have in my head. I already have a product that looks similar to this. And if I can kind of remix this ID and create something that is more aligned with me, but it doesn't need to be like the case for everyone and everything. Like if you want more of a hand-drawn type of thing, you can do that. Nonetheless, these things are live. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just like based on your inspiration, based on what you're seeing on a daily basis, you will compare your creations to the thing that you are seeing. And 99% of the time, you don't have the skills. And I don't have the skills either. Like, it's not like you don't have the skills. It's like, we don't have the skills because we don't have that spark. And when we see the things, we're like, fuck, I didn't think of that. Meaning that I didn't think of that. Meaning that I will never duplicate it because it will be copying the person that has built it, and therefore it feels weird, and I'm not gonna get that. And then 3 months later, you will implement the thing unconsciously because it's something that is just going to come up in your head and be like, oh yes, seems like a good idea. Let me try that. And then you try it out, and it's just the exact same thing. So, because you don't want to, copy anyone, you're just gonna not do things. And I would highly recommend you to just do the things, publish the things, and then once you're done with the thing, even if it's shit, build up on that. If you remember, and I think you were here in the chat when we did that, I forgot if I saved that as portfolio, if I saved that somewhere else. This was the first version of my own portfolio, the current one. and we've done that. And I think I saved it. I mean, I know I saved the design because it's shit on purpose. Um, and I basically said it would be a very good reference for later. It's probably here. I have a bit of doubts, but it's probably here. Also, I have fixed some things. Might be in the other files. Might be in the other files. It's not in the other files. Let me see if it's in there. I doubt it. But basically, you can see that the original version, the original idea that I had was so bad, but at least it was on the page. And that's basically what I want you to do. I want you to put the thing out, build it, put it live, have the content, and then polish it out. That can take some time. Doesn't really matter. I think it's on another file than this one. God damn. God damn. Always. Always the same thing. Sorry, I saw something. Yeah, it's somewhere else. Did I put it in there though? I don't remember what I put this thing. It's probably in my draft somewhere. But since I don't name these things, I don't know what the reference I can use to figure it out and basically find this thing again. Goddamn. Also, going back to the overwhelming part of things, which I understand, that's also one of the reasons why I'm just saying do the thing once, publish it, and then come back to polish things, because it is so much easier for you to just have something to work on rather than work on something to create something. So if you have a project, I guess it might be this one, but a lot of doubts. I mean, the same concept on this one. I started here and I said, you know what, that could be interesting. And then I did another version, and then another version, and then another version, and another, and another, and another, and another. You know, just to experiment and make sure that we have the things that are good. But yeah, you need something to work on. And I feel like in order to stop yourself from cycling through the let's make it better, let's make it better, let's make it better, let's make it like a bit different. If you have something that is live and coded and accessible by others, you will limit yourself in the amount of changes that you do, because you might just say, that's going to take me too much time to edit and, you know, change things here and there. So that's also a positive. I have a feeling it's probably gonna be somewhere around here, but I also feel like I can't see shit. Yeah. Fair point. Feels fair point. Not naming project is basically happening when I'm not expecting the thing to be good, and I just I just spitball something, and then I'm trying to find it and I can't find it because I don't know where the fuck I did the thing. So that's yeah. Most projects that are useful though, like not projects that are for me, are named. Like Yolka was named before I started to work on the file. Like I just created a new file and it was named Yolka by default right away because, you know, it's someone else's project. If it's mine, I don't give a shit. Let me see if website is something, but I have like so much issues. That's not the right one. That's different. That's Sake's website. Sama's website. The thing is, if I look for Untitled, since Figma is also deep diving within the file content, anything that is not named and therefore untitled is going to pop up. So every single file that I have ever touched is going to be in there somehow. So yeah, no good. No good. I pulled the thing this morning, Phils, by the way, and there was nothing. So I'm guessing I need to pull again. Pull it again. Is there? That looks like something, but it's not. That's not it. It's not it. Yeah. That's not in there. It doesn't really matter. Nonetheless, the point remains. I just built the most basic landing page that I could have, and I used the optimized style guide that we have. I think I put it in other files. Apparently, I put everything in other files. I use this as a starting point because it's just like whatever, you know. So I got rid of that and said, you know what? Let me use this one instead. That's what I use for Stony, for example. So we have our landing, we have our preview, we have some features, we have some other things, and then I'm done. And that's it. And then, like, later, I'll come back and do a bit of polishing and changing the content and making sure that we have things in there and, you know, whatever. But the main point is you need the output to be existing so that you can tinker with it. At least for myself, that's the case. I need to, as you've seen on stream, I need to be reactive to the content that is presented to me. So when you are showcasing something to me and you are sending me like something like this, I'm going to react to it and take a look at the details and the changes and the thing that you have done and see if it's working with the vibe that you have, the goals that you have, the direction in which we were talking about in the week prior, and so on. But that's a reactive behavior. The creation of coming from nothing and just being like, well, I don't know if that works, is a lot more tedious, and it takes a lot more time to figure out exactly if it's currently working or not. So that's why I would highly recommend you just do the simplest version that will get your things out. So aka this one is going to be the simplest version. You start with that. You have like your effect, your things, your projects. Maybe in the beginning you just have two so that the grid works. And then this section works as well. The geometry in the background works. These things, maybe they don't work, maybe they do, I don't care. You publish that, and then later you're like, cool, now that I have a grid for project, I want to make sure that I can have my sliding thing effect for the project. You work on that for the next, I don't know, 3 months in order to make it work and be done with it. And then you move on to the next section. But at least this is live. People can still access your projects. It's still the same URL that you want to have, not the one that is the Framer URL that you currently use. And, you know, accessible, easy to understand. Like maybe this is the thing. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the only thing that you need. Nothing else. And then you're done. And then you don't need anything else. Nonetheless, I'd say that's the easiest thing. But you need something. You need something to then tinker through and figure out what works, what doesn't work, what is making sense, what is not making sense, and so on. That will come with time. With time. No, Traveler. Hi, we're going. Welcome back. I forgot if it was you that chatted about the red button, blue button discussion from last week. I feel like yes, but I also feel like no. So I don't remember. But it came back on my feed with one of them that was really good. And yeah. For those of you who don't know, there is a bit of a debate that comes back on the internet every amount of time. And it's you have in front of you a blue button and a red button. If 51% of the people that press the buttons press the blue button, everyone lives. If if everyone pressed the red button, meaning that they have like 51%, everyone from the blue team is also alive. And people are all taking the blue button because it's the ethical thing to do. And when you think about it, it is the instant death raffle dilemma, which is basically the red button does nothing. And if you press the blue one, you enter the instant death dilemma raffle type of thing. And if 51% press the blue button, then everyone is safe. But because you entered the death raffle, you might just die. Let me see if I can find it because it's cute as fuck. But it's weird. It's weird that people are still like not really understanding what was happening, how it happened, and people are still picking blue for no reason. That's not the thing. Did I? Can I? I don't think I can see that. Yeah, that's not gonna be an option. I mean, there has been like so many. um, yeah, yeah. That's basically the thing. The death gamble. Just press red, nothing happens. And therefore, you press red. and because it's phrased in a different way and people don't really see it like this, it seems like you need to press the blue buttons. But once you phrase it like this, you're like, ah, all right, yeah, no, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Someone else said something that is very similar of, if we are all on a boat, if 50% or 51% of the people that are on the boat are jumping in the water, then they will send like a second boat to rescue us. And then if you stay on the boat, you're fine, because the boat is going to be fine anyways. And people are still jumping in the water. So, that one was fun. Anyways, side notes. I've been looking at like in what direction I want my website and my portfolio and my things to be going towards. And I am basically facing a wall that is just, I don't have the skills to technically build the thing that I want to create in code. And I don't think Claude and any other LLMs have the skills either, because it's going to be mostly visual stuff that they don't have the ability to tweak, or at least they wouldn't be able to create the tweaks in a way that just like makes sense. And I need to figure out a route to make this work, because otherwise I'm gonna end up with a website that looks like every other website, and I don't want that. I don't want that. So we'll see. I'll figure it out though. But yeah, it's if you look at the pins, like this one is for the client, so that makes sense. But if you look at where I am right now in terms of my current styles and the thing that I enjoy, it's like fat ass fonts. So that's fine. Claude can handle that with no issues. But it's also a ton of handwritten fonts, a ton of non-common layouts, like things that are very much handwritten are in there, and it will make sense to me to have like a section of the site that looks somewhere like this. But even this is like too clean and too common layout for what I kind of have in mind. So it's complicated. I think I would go with something like this if I could. Obviously, I can't. But yeah, like shit like this would make so much more sense as a collectible designer, like someone that you can just get if you buy them for the month, like that type of thing where it's just, yeah, I want that collectible, I want that thing that is only available for a certain amount of price or certain amount of time, and so on. So that's kind of the vibe, and creating that with Claude is gonna be almost impossible because describing this is not a thing. And even if I fed it these images as references, I still need to create all these illustrations, the stickers, the things, the whatever to make it work. So that is the thing that I don't have the skills for just yet. So we'll see. At some point, the website is gonna pop in my head. I'll figure out how to make it work, as I always do, based on personal experience and so on. It is extremely easy for me to just say, this is a stream overlay. So let's use that as a reference. If I use this as a stream overlay with my camera here and the chat on the other side or something else, it makes sense. And if I do the exact same thing for my website and I just say, oh, this is a stream overlay, then creating the layout as a slide by slide for the website itself is an easier thing to do. So that might happen, but it's also like kind of complicated. But we'll see. We'll see. You can see that there is a ton of gradients, a ton of stickers, and a ton of things that will happen in there. So we'll see when that happens, if that happens. That's not today. That is for sure. That is for sure. 100% sure that this is not for today. God damn. I need to pee. 1 second. Anyway. So we'll see. I guess there will be stamps and other things, but I don't know exactly the direction I want it to go. It's just brain is basically telling me that it's just everything has been done, and therefore it is harder for anything to stand out. And then it's also telling me, yeah, but everything has been done is only a valid point for designers, where designers have seen the things, aka myself, and therefore anyone that is not a designer would see something like that and be like, oh yeah, that's brand new. That's something that I have never seen before. It's just like, yeah, but kind of. I mean, I know where it's coming from, so there is a chance that a hiring person may have seen the same thing. I don't like that. It's not good. Not good. Anyway, anyways, that's about it. Let's see if we can 420 this thing. Proper 420 would be appreciated. Huh? My God. Proper 420 is complicated at this time of day. What do you mean, but? I gave you directions. You have the directions. If Chloe is gonna take care of it anyways, at the end of the day, you know, it's just that's just the way to go. Just the way to go. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Unless you have something very specific that you want me to take a look at. Fucking day. Hmm. So you can run benchmarks on the thing. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. There is a need for sorting, that's for sure. Like I need to sort stuff. Right there, it seems to be sorted through a highest to lowest quality and then highest to lowest again, which is kind of okay to have like H.264 twice and then H.265. But design-wise, it makes sense if it makes sense to you. Like there is nothing in there that doesn't work, so I'm fine with it. But yeah, so one system has better performance for one thing but not the other. Yes. Yeah, you need to. Overall, to me, it's just what do you care about? So that's the thing. Right now, the benchmark don't give me shit. Like I know that with the resolution that is here at 380 or 3840p, which is massive, it's going to take 25% less time than watching the whole movie. Right. So if it's like a 1 hour movie, it's gonna take 45 minutes to encode this entire thing. But if I go into 1920, it's going to take like 4 times less time than the movie in question, so 25 minutes for the entire thing. But then it goes really fast in 854, but I never want that to happen. I want at the minimum a 1080p video. So that implies that this will never be picked, and therefore it's useless. But you don't know. The system doesn't know. So nonetheless, the main thing remains. You need some filters in order for this to make sense. I need to sort by X, then Y. Like that's the filtering system. So I want to sort by resolution first, then I want to sort by FPS, which is basically the same thing as speed. And that will probably highlight the thing that is just like, well, at 1920, you have one of them that is at 115, then you have another one that is at 82, and then you have another one that is at 71. And so, you know, like that's the thing. So it's a multi-sort, yes, that I would have somewhere. I don't know where, but I would have that somewhere. And then I don't know. I don't know what would make sense in terms of quality of life improvement. Because right now it's just telling me what resolution and what FPS and speed I can have out of my hardware. But I don't know with what profile it's like checking. Like maybe it's not the profile that I wanted it to be checked upon. And or maybe it could, and I don't know, take something like this and say, oh yeah, this profile here that is currently not my default profile things. Let's make that profile the default for any other upload later on. So make profile default could be a thing. Other than that, I think this is fine. Not the best, but it's fine. And then you said what? Adding a folder to a library. Yeah, it's the same thing as last time, no? Like the thing that we talked about, where you just add a folder and then you get the dang. But yeah, but that's like, that's not even smart enough. That's just like quality and up. And yeah, you know I'm not reading that. I'm not listening either. 1 hour and 40 minutes. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I see. This is kind of broken, apparently, but I get it. System seems good. System seems good. Visual, not. Um, so you're basically providing things in a way that just doesn't make a lot of sense. Um, if I just do that again. So you have 3.5 questions in this, which is local or remote. That's your first question. And then when you select one, you have your second question, which is using existing storage or add a new storage. If it's existing, select which storage you want. And then you click next, which is like your 2.5 question. And then here you have the path from that storage specifically. But the system right here still allows me to do that. Which means that I kind of lost everything, even though I was already here. So you have a need for, again, I'm really column based because it makes fucking sense. But you have a need for the flow of things to be, is this a local or remote storage? And then remove that question. Like, this thing doesn't exist anymore. And then once you select remote, you're like, okay, cool. Is it like an existing thing on a new storage? And then user click existing, it pops up this. User click new, it pops up this. So that's like the half question in the middle. And you kind of want to have step by step by step by step, one question at a time, nothing else. And the back button is just bringing you back to the previous option. So step 1, step 2, step 3, which is either that or that. Step 4 is going to be the folder. But it's just like a wizard of an installation. That would make sense. Because otherwise this is too critical. Because if I were to look at shit and go into that, and then for some reason I mistake and I click, what do I have in local? And I say, oh shit, yeah, no, I don't need that. I need to do that whole thing basically again, which is fine because it's saved, but it's just like I have 3 clicks to do again. It makes no fucking sense. Design-wise, it's fine. It's just like the UX is not as good as it needs to be. And then the other thing that is really bad is this. The back button pissed me off from last time as well. I said that. Not in a it's really bad, more in a it should never exist, so it shouldn't be here. I understand though. It's the easiest version, easiest, fastest thing. So yeah. Eh. I mean, it's fine. Good job. It's right there. um, that's probably the reason. That's probably the reason. Yeah. I mean, your system is good right there. Like everything in here makes sense in that order. And I would say the uh, I would say the system that you already have, you need to decide here. You need to decide. You need to make sure that your models look the same when they have the same content, because otherwise it's gonna piss me off. This makes no fucking sense. Um, but that first addition, which apparently I can't get rid of, which is sad because the empty version is what I wanted to see. Um, yeah. God damn it. God damn it. So that flow that I did with the local path being the same as this is oh, yeah, it could work. That could work. I'm simplifying right here. So you can remove storage and path and say select source right here, like that initial thing. So you arrive here, you decide if it's something that is local or something that is remote. If it's remote, you just have that input, nothing else. And in this thing, you have an add new option at the bottom. If it's selected, then it shows you this. If it's selecting anything else, then it shows you this underneath. If you can do that. Like if you select local, then you get the file explorer so that you can select the right folder. And if you select no if you select add new, you get this, which includes the browser section after. I feel like this is an option, but yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not like the best person for this because it's not something that does make sense for me in terms um of system. Like I wouldn't care about all of the details that you are adding in there. I just like the system for me is just that's the folder that you want to pick. That's it. Like there is nothing else that matters. It's just the file is remote or not remote or whatever. I just want like route. That's it. Yeah, don't worry about it. But yeah, like that's what I'm seeing. Doesn't mean that it's the right decision, but it's what I'm seeing here. That is like if you just select something and you get your you get your system like this. So you just select the folder, which is basically like the easiest thing. I feel like your initial system is the best option, like this view, because from here you can select whatever, and you would have the remote locations as well that already exist. The only thing that you need is the ability to add a new remote location. But that is your the thing that you sent me earlier on, and I don't know where it is now. I think it's storage. So yeah, I mean, for me, I would just send the user here to the browse file system and just say, from there you can select whatever the fuck you want the thing to be. If it's in local and it's a new folder that you haven't picked yet, it is a new source. Kinda. And if it's a new thing, like a new storage system, then it needs to go through the new storage system addition, which you have here. So it's basically that. So it is what you're doing. Like, you're reusing the exact same model within that. So therefore you can just do that from that initial thing and say, from here, you click on add a new folder, you arrive there. From there, you say, I have a new storage location. You click on it, it opens the model for the new storage location that you just have in storage, creates the entire thing, and then you can browse that thing as well. And then you're done. Like, you don't have, it was too complex for my brain. Yeah, basically, yes. Basically, yes. That seems to make more sense for me. And that still doesn't make no sense. But yeah, no, that's fine. That's better. For this, yeah, table. So storage is good. I just don't really understand that section. Used by one folder, used by 6 folders. Like, it's worded weird. It might be 6 folders in that location are used in libraries, or 6 libraries are using folders off the vault, or something else. I don't know. So that's confusing for me, but it's fine. System is okay. This is almost the only place where the grid would make more sense. The grid for the encoding profile. Just, again, because the probability, and that's like the usual thing, but the probability of this thing being user has 16 storage locations that are different from one another, limited. Same thing for the encoding profile, to be honest, but you know, we never know. But this works, and in order to get like consistency across all of the pages, you kind of want to have the users, god damn it, you kind of have the users to be somehow yeah, I don't know what happens. Like the library looked like this, the storage looked like a table, the encoding looked like a table, the encoding history looks like a table as well, the hardware should look like some sort of a table, the notification is a feed, and then the config is some sort of a table as well, kinda. So, yeah. I'm just getting disconnected because I don't think I have the rights to display the user's sensitive data type of situation. It makes sense. Gotta check the logs. Yeah, I'm getting blocked by something. That's a very green, no mercy. But yeah, I'm getting redirected when I try to select something. By the way, this is good. This is a good anime. If you haven't never watched an anime in your life, don't start with this. Do not. But if you are learning Japanese and you want to, you know, laugh a lot, use that. Chijo is really good. Really good. It makes no sense, but it has some very natural language Japanese speech. So, yeah, Nichijou is really fun. It's really fun. It's the... Not really. But, do you have it? I don't think so. It's kind of in a similar realm as Pop Tim Epic. If you... Same thing, if you don't know, add it. I don't think this is gonna load. But yeah. To give you an ID. Add it. Add it to the list. Add it to the list. This is... yeah. This is great. This is great. It's just great. Yeah, it's just my computer is slow when I'm streaming and having other things at the same time running. So it makes sense. It makes sense. Nonetheless, add it to the list. Oh my god. But yeah, Nichijou, great. Not entirely in agreement with the relationship with these things, but that thing is not sliding as expected. I'm not seeing things that I'm supposed to see. I'm not seeing this. Huh. Yeah, I'm not seeing the last one right there. Like this is sliding 2, and I have one more, and then this one doesn't exist. or isn't linked. Did you look at the recommendations to add yet? No. What do you mean? Recommendations to add? Recommendations to add to the server? There. Yes. Yes. Jerome, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Are you ready? Do you have everything in everything? Like, you're ready for the laundry for next week? You know, so that you end up with exactly what you want to have for the 5 days you're staying? Are you ready? Good. Yeah, we have looked at this, and I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of it. But I understand it, but I'm not the biggest fan. But I get it. The reason why I'm not the biggest fan of these things is just like this is consumerism again, and it's just, oh, based on all of these things that you already have, here are more of the same thing that you already have. So it's just like, all right, let me buy this then. You know, so yeah. Yeah, that's the week before. The thing that is good for me is, and I don't even think I can show you that. As in, I don't know if I have the pictures. Let me see. Let me see. This was somehow here. Somehow there. I guess it's probably going to be somewhere around here. Yeah, I don't have much. I took a picture of what I kept, like in Japan right now. So I have 2 lights that are still in Japan. I have 2 arms for the mics and the camera and the computers and so on. One of these things to have like my computer being elevated, a keyboard, a stream deck, a mouse, a trackpad, a gimbal, 2 umbrellas, and some lights and shit. And then I forgot, I thought I had the other one with the clothes that I left as well, but apparently I don't. But I have like a backpack and a suitcase worth of clothes and stuff that are supposed to be like ready for me. So basically, next time I go, I will probably go with like 3 t-shirts and enough underwears for a week. But that's gonna be it. Because I can just get there, take my suitcase in my locker, and then have all the thing that I need. Like bed sheets, towels, other things. That's good. That's useful. But yeah, no, we've seen that. We've seen that. We've seen that. Distribution? Distribution. Anyways, so yeah, no, Stony, overall, like I think that's the system that I would say makes a lot more sense for the adding a folder. Just give me the fucking folders, and then if it's not in the existing storage locations that I already have access to, add a new location for the storage, and yeah, save it. Oh yeah. So it's basically the main ish um Shinjuku Station. Like the Shinjuku Station is there, and you're like basically the next stop, but it's also the starting point of the Seibu line, if I remember correctly. And my house is right there. So, you know, not so far away. It looks like it's a lot, but it's not. It's not. It's nothing. I did that walking almost every day. So it's not that much. That's cool though. It is. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. It is some of the big entertainment and other activities situations around here. So we have like Godzilla that is right there. I'm a bit close to the Godzilla head right now. But all of that is going to be entertainment, food, bars, and things, which makes a lot of sense. But you know, it's a nice bar. It's a lot of tourists, which you are one, so you don't care about that. But it also means that most of the stores that are around here are going to be a teeny tiny bit more expensive than the rest. So you know, there's that. But as always, Family Mart is going to be your best friend. It's going to be the cheapest thing around. But if you don't like, if you don't care, bitch, get out. Get me there. Saber's around here. If you don't really care about all of that section of the Shinjuku side, instead of going toward the Godzilla side, go towards the Nakano station. So everything that is around here is a lot more calm and a lot different, a lot more Japanese than anything else. If you're someone that is interested in Pokemon centers or Pokemon in general and like old stuff, the Nakano, what is that thing? That's my ex's station. So I've been there, but I also, haven't been there in a while now. If you go into, let me remember for a second. How? Is it this one? Nah. Is it this one? It might be. I don't remember. There is a bit of a passage. I'm not, yeah, I'm not really into Pokemon stuff in general. I was when I was a kid playing with the cards, but then when it became too complicated, like basically season 2, I just couldn't keep up. And being French, we didn't really have access to things, so I'm not that into it. Which I understand. I understand. Um, where is my regular? It's further out. I was looking at the wrong station. That's the station that I know. Around here, you have like things that are used secondhand and so on that are really cool. The shops are really nice. There is a long street right there, which is an inside street things, um, which is really nice, which we like a lot. Um, that is just good enough to just get like the entirety of the entertainments. So basically, in there, you have all of these very common Japanese streets with shops and shops and restaurants and stuff. And this one has a lot of stages. There is the first floor. The first floor is here. The second floor that has all of the second hands and so on. There is a very good. This one? I forgot. I think it's this one or it's the next one that is a very good ramen shop. And then there is, I think it's this one. And then there is a sushi bar with the Shinkansen that is basically going rounds. It's like a rail based, like a conveyor belt thing. But if you are ordering special sushi, then you have the Shinkansen that is coming in. And my ex really loved it, so it's nice. Uh, so let me be as clear as I can be. I'm gonna be here because it's important. In Tokyo and in Kyoto, if you have tattoos, no one gives a fuck. Ever. They don't care. The only thing that they care about is if you have tattoos and you want to go into swimming pools, onsens, sentos, and other places like this where you are supposed to be naked, and that is not good. What? Outside, they don't give a fuck whatsoever. So you're right. You're right. Don't worry about it. They don't care. No one cares. So yeah, that's the thing. The main reason why they don't care is that you don't look Japanese, as far as I know. You don't look Asian, and they do understand the difference in between someone that is from inside Japan with tattoos, which are usually very specific types of tattoos, and someone that is from outside of Japan with tattoos that are just like, other things. So yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. So don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. It is going to be fine. But yeah, no, Nakano is pretty interesting. It has like a lot of things in the first floor, second floor for the Japanese, that contains playing cards, like a lot of card halls, which are like the vaults and the sleeved cards of things that you can find for nothing. If you are like a collector, you will find the old consoles as well in that kind of area of things. But going back to where you stay for 2.5 days, right? No. Yes? I forgot. But yeah, around here is going to be most of the drinking and and eating sections for tourists and so on. You will have Kabukicho, which is somewhere around here. I always forget where the fuck they are because it's just like it makes no fucking sense to me. It's not a place that I go to, but it's like the red district and the not so clean section, which is fine. It's still cleaner than most places. We arrive on Tuesday and return home Sunday. We have one night in Kyoto. Just one night in Kyoto. I see. Well, yeah. Yeah. Around there, I mean, there will be a ton of things to do, nonetheless. Um, what I would do, what I will do the next time I go is basically go buy my pants. Go buy pants in all of the places that I used to go because goddamn, I need them. Um, but yeah, it's very close to where you're staying. You're staying here, roughly. I go there for my pants. It's also this one is the East in Shinjuku, which is not necessarily the one that I want to go to. I'm going here 99% of the time, which is the men's version of Istan. Istan is the biggest, most expensive regular people store. So it's not like the most expensive store ever, but it's like a high-end ish thing where you have a ton of Japanese brands, but also like outsiders brands. Like my brands for the pants that I have is an Italian Japanese collaboration thing, and I pay $300 per pants. I shouldn't, but I like them, so it happens. Um, but I go there most of the times because they have like also pretty cool things. If you want to bring back some souvenir to your girlfriend, you go to the one that is next to it. And specifically, you go downstairs from this thing because that's good. All of the food hall in the downstairs section is where there is like so much food that is again more expensive, but it's still cheap as fuck. So it's very close to where you are, so that's cool. And then things that are good, the Shinjuku Gyoen, which is the garden from Shinjuku, is 500 yen last time I went there, so I'm guessing it's probably now 1,000 to 2,000 yen based on prices changes and so on. It's a very nice place if you have like a sunny day and you just want to do like a bit of having food in a park and be nice there. It's very clean. It's very nice. We like it a lot. There is a bit of a flower garden right there for roses. So if you're into roses, there is a ton of them here, and it's a nice walk overall. So we like it. We like it. I go there most of the times, and then obviously house being like right here. Uh, there's the stadium. At this time of the year, you may see things. Basically, they have like baseball games almost every night. And at the end of the game, you always have fireworks. So from my house, I was seeing the fireworks at night. Why? I don't know. But they are doing fireworks every time. So, you know, it's fine. It's fine. In the limited amount of time that you have, I would remain around here, to be honest. Unless there is like a place, like one place that you really want to go to, aka the Pokemon Center in Shibuya, which is like right here, and it's like 3 stations from where you stay, then why not? But I would remain somewhere around here. Yeah. You have so much shit to do around there that yeah. Go there though. Don't go there. It's too expensive for what it is. But uh, this is true. I forgot about that. Um, it is Golden Week. It is Golden Week, which means there might be some things that are a bit chiller than other places. Um, I'm not left long. Yeah, have fun with the food, and we'll see you in the next one. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Also, enjoy the anime. What are you watching lately? There is Witch Hat Hazelier and Demon in the Shadows things. Is that the current animes that you're watching? It's interesting. The Disney Plus account that I have has every anime 1 week delayed, and the Netflix account that I have has them on release day. So I'm watching them on Netflix first, and I'm rewatching them on Apple TV or Disney Plus. And the Disney Plus version is sometimes better when it comes to the animation, which is pretty interesting to see that they don't have the same releases content. That makes no sense. Nonetheless, um, if only if there is a place that that you want to go, but otherwise I would remain around here. Like you, I think you would have enough to walk and enjoy around there. Like Shinjuku is pretty busy. Yeah, I haven't watched How to Not Summon a Demon Lord. I know of it, but that's it. Um, there's so many isekais that I haven't watched because there is so many. I don't know. Um, like again, the thing that you might want to go to, as I said last time, is camera shops, secondhand camera shops. If you're someone that reads books and mangas and so on, and you wanted to take like 3 bags, just to enjoy the Japanese written mangas and just struggle to read them, but have them in your collection. Same thing, secondhand shop, like the hands off and other places are probably good options if you want to go to the Pokemon centers. That's the thing. You missed the Sakura season, so most of the trees right now are gonna be. You will still have some, but not as much as prior, like right here. Um, which I think if I go there, yeah, we can't really see them, but all of these trees are also like very floral at times. Um, so yeah, you have seasonal allergies. So I don't think I've talked about this before with you specifically. I need to be here because that's important. Um, I do not have seasonal allergies and pollen or pollen related allergies like that. That is not something that I have. I do when I'm in Japan. So be ready. The pollen that is in Tokyo specifically, I don't know what is in there, but it's stronger than the one that I'm used to. And therefore, I have the allergies when I'm in Japan. So if you already have the allergies, be ready. Like have the medicine that you need to have. Make sure that you check your antihistaminic things, whatever the name is, and what is the equivalent in Japan, so that you can pick it up at the pharmacy and the drugstores and so on, because it's going to be necessary. Um, in that period of time, I usually have a mask on because it's just like, yeah. Uh, you're not gonna be in a good place right there. That's gonna be sad. That's gonna be sad. I'm sorry to hear that. Anthony Tita, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? um, so yeah, it is I again, we have in Japan masks that are dedicated to the allergies. We have um let me see if I can find them. We have masks that are specifically also will not work because you have a beard, but um specifically designed to have things in them that blocks pollen more than others. And there are some that have dedicated pouches that you place inside of said mask to just have um, like a better protection. The masks that I use all the time are these ones. These ones are just foam based, so they are polyurethane sponge-ish mask thingy. They are very lightweight, and I like them because it's the most breathable one. But if you are like allergic, you want something that is good. The other reason is because they exist in every fucking colors. There is a store uh, in Tokyo that has like all the colors of the mask. So if you are someone that likes fashion and you want like different colors to match your outfits and shit, you go there. um, so yeah, look at that green one. God dang. I usually go with the military green one and the light blue right there, and then the white are pretty simple. The white and gray works. They do the job, but they have like some purple ones at times. They have some um, interesting colors. You know, you go in Japan, you get interested in masks. In masks, makes no sense. Other than that, I would say that's my only recommendations for you if you are like allergic and you have like pollen stuff. Make sure that you have the medicine that you need to take. Make sure it's checked at the airport because it's not impossible that this is not something that is available for you in Japan. Like you might have to get the medicine in Japan without taking the one that you have at home because it's not the same type of medicine, even though it's the same thing. So check that before you go if you can. Other than that, you should be good. And then if I go in there, you would be. I should check next week, but you know. In 10 days. Get the fuck out. In 10 days. You're getting into a pretty good season. 23, 24, 21 is pretty nice as a whole thing. You have a bit of rain in Tokyo on Thursday, officially. But overall pretty clean. High temperatures though, so dress light if you are in there. And yeah, overall, like you are in a very, very good section of the fucking weather. Like that's impressive. That is pretty impressive. Yeah, envious when it comes to this because goddamn. And then In Kyoto, you'd be similar. Yeah. Wednesday is rating in Kyoto. So if you have your Wednesday and your Thursday, like Wednesday in Kyoto and Thursday in Tokyo, you are getting rain on both of the days. I'm sorry about that. Which I think, based on what you said earlier, is probably what's gonna happen. Yeah. You have your night in Kyoto right here. Got it. I think either right here or right there. If it's right here, then you're good. But shit, still, the 2 days of rain makes sense. But yeah, no, good term, good weather so far. Thursday to Friday, so you get there in Thursday morning. You sleep there, and then yeah, you're good. You're good. Perfect. No rain. Unless there is more wind, as always. But no rain. I'm envious. I'm envious on this one. God dang. Congrats. Congrats on the timing. Not that you could predict, but that timing is pretty good. Hot temperatures, though. Yeah. So if you are someone that likes colder weather, like myself, get things that are kind of flowy and light. And if you have like some things that are like light pants, but not like pajama pants and so on, then you should be good. You should be good. Um, the other thing that I'm gonna say, which I think I said before, but you don't need to pack anything if you don't want to. Like that's the truest of truth. You can just land with a sling bag that has a pair of socks and I don't know, a boxer, and then just buy the things in question for cheaper than if you bought them where you currently live with better quality and better outcome. So it's an option. It's always a good thing. It's a simple thing. It works. I've done it before. Um, the usual thing, like the time when I stayed there for 1 week. Also, I was staying with my ex, so obviously I didn't really need to take care of everything. But basically, I went there with like the lightest of backpack with my computer and like I think two boxes, three t-shirts, and be done. And then when I was there, I bought some underwears, some socks, and a pair of pants. It was good enough. So yeah, it's an option. It's a good option. It works. It's easy. It's very overall simple to put in place to just get into the store that you want to go to and buy the thing. So yeah, yeah, it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing. Other than that, given that it is 5:20, I might need to go. I might need to go and send you somewhere. Where to? We have Fullbox that sent us to Fiera, which I don't know who that is. That is officially doing some open source coding, but I don't know what that is. Infinite Encoder. Owen. I don't think. I don't think we've been there before. We can go there. We can go there. 100%. 100%. If you know that person. We can send people there. Yeah. Yeah. I have grocery to do. Yes. I do. I can't do the work that I need to do because I can't work for that client if I'm live. So no, we have to go. We have to go. I need to be paid. I mean, I've been paid, but I need to do the work that I've been paid for. So, you know, I think that outside of the stream because I don't have a choice. So as always, if you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. Ask that there. If you have a big ass perfume collection, use perfume. It's pretty good. If you have a big list of links, use that as always. And if you want to learn Japanese, use that. We'll do that. We'll do that. It's gonna be fine. This thing is still broken. I still tried to put the thing in place, and it's still broken. The automation doesn't work. It pisses me off, and the update didn't update. I'm gonna get rid of it at some point. It's gonna be fine, but it's okay. It's okay. Anyways, I'll be back on Wednesday at 1:30 Paris time, which is in 2 days, and I will probably have some stories from tomorrow's meeting. But yeah, as always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, enjoy the raid, and I see you all on Wednesday. Bye.